Good afternoon. The special meeting for April 19th, 2023 will now come to order at
2:08 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purpose as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizens form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. No citizens are signed up to speak. We will begin with item A, final redistricting map report. This is a report item. No action is required. Chancellor Maldonado will introduce this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Trustees. As you all know, we've been working on our redistricting for some time now. We published a schedule. We've followed that schedule, and we've gone through all of the reviews at the district level. We have documented the meetings, and we've, again, kept to the timeline and reported that from time to time to the board. And here to kind of bring up the wrap-up of the redistricting map discussions and where we are today, with your permission, I'll turn the meeting over to Lisa McBride and Edgar Colon.
Good afternoon, trustees.
Good afternoon.
We have made it together. We're at that point, a process that we started in February of 2022, hopefully comes to a close today. I am here with my colleagues, Edgar Colon, as well as Dennis Harner, your demographer, and my colleague from Thompson and Horton, Selena Vinson. And we are happy to bring to you this final redistricting report. And I know that both you and the public are very well versed on what redistricting is. We've included some of those slides in today's presentation just to make sure the record is complete, but I'm not going to bore you with those issues that I know that you're already familiar with. This has been a year-long process. We know why we started it, because we're statutorily required to look at how our population numbers have changed over the decade, and we know we have a 10% trigger that forces us to rebalance how our single-member district lines are drawn. And we also have a statutory deadline by which we have to complete this process. We know that deadline is early August, but candidates' first day to file is in late July. So this board very diligently put out a timeline with respect to redistricting that would have us completing this process well in advance of that first day to file, so candidates know where they have to live in order to be eligible to run for a place on the board. What's in front of you are your current single-member districts, which, as a result of the change in population over the last decade, those boundaries had to change. You were at 19.9%. I know that doesn't seem significantly above 10%, but the law says anything above 10%, you've got to rebalance to come back within the appropriate deviation. And so that is what we've been looking at. We've been looking at total population numbers as well as voting age population numbers and citizen voting age population numbers in terms of bringing the entire system back into balance. And how did we get to where we are today, where you're considering a plan that you have presented to the public for public comment, that is Plan 1A? Well, we started with a series of educational sessions, if you'll remember, back in February, both in February and April, educating the board and the public along with you regarding what this redistricting process was. And then you guys had an opportunity to determine specifically for HCC what was going to be appropriate in terms of a timeline, in terms of principles, redistricting principles that you did not want to drop below. And you adopted 9 redistricting principles, the first 3 or 4 of which are statutory, and the remaining were all just objective criteria which have been upheld by courts reviewing redistricting maps. If you will remember, in May, you got your census data, which confirmed that yes, you did have to redistrict, and we sort of reviewed the 10-year history in each one of your single-member districts, how the population had changed, both from a total population standpoint to a voting age and citizen voting age population standpoint, and then we looked at demographic subgroups, because you were going to have to be familiar with that information as we drew initial and proposed maps. In September, you received those initial maps, and if you will remember, map 1 was the map where the board had instructed us, make the least moves possible. Let's at least see what that looks like. And then we had a 2 series of maps that dealt with issues relating to, as a result of the last redistricting, that northern tip of 3rd Ward, and if you could or could not get that tip of 3rd Ward back into single-member District 4. And so we looked at various scenarios under map 2, 2A, 2B, 2C. We thoroughly discussed and debated map 1 and 1A and the 2 series of maps, and at the end of the September and October and November process, it was the consensus of the board that map 1A be presented for public comment. Of course, the public could comment on any map that had been reviewed by the board or submit their own map for the board's consideration. But in January and February of 2023, that's when we began our actual community forums, where we had a community forum in each single member district where people could participate in person or online. And then we also captured each one of those forums on video and made not only the presentations during those forums, but the videos of those forums available on your website. And the additional way individuals could provide public comment was through either your redistricting email. You had a dedicated redistricting email and a dedicated redistricting website where individuals could submit comments or individuals could submit maps. And of course, you've received a public comment report from the redistricting team that provided you a summary of all the comments received from all those various vehicles. So emails received through the redistricting email, comments or alternative maps submitted through the online portal, a summary of written comments received at each one of the single-member district sessions. The oral comments that were provided at those sessions were also summarized and provided to you. And then any web chat comments for people participating remotely who just left comments in the chat as opposed to speaking out loud or providing a written comment on the comment sheet was also provided. Then on February 15th, we had a formal public hearing here at 3100 Main. It was officially posted for 2 p.m., but some individuals at your regular board meeting at 4 p.m. During that public comment period also provided comment on redistricting. We summarized both sets of comments and provided them to you as part of your public comment report. So we believe that we've captured all of the comments from the individual single-member districts and for all of the electronic ways that public comment was permitted, as well as any alternative maps. Trustees, you received through the redistricting portal letters that were provided to you from various community associations, and certain elected officials also reached out to you, either to me by telephone or to you by letter, and that information, or to me by email, was also included in your public comment report. And then, of course, we reminded the public through press releases and newspapers and information that was provided on your website regarding each one of these community forums, as well as the ability to comment online, either by posting a map or sending an email to the redistricting email, or participating in the official hearing regarding redistricting. And so each one of those examples of the content of those press releases, either press releases provided to the media or something that appeared on your website in attachments and exhibits to the public comment report, you got a copy of those so that you could see that, that those were provided and the languages that those were provided in. And then, of course, after the February 15th public hearing, individuals continued to have time to submit written public comments as well as alternative maps through February 28th. And so the public comment report that you received last month has been updated to capture those additional comments received between February 15th and February 28th, which was the close of the public comment period. And so that just sort of explains how we got to where we are today. In addition, on your schedule of activities to be completed as it relates to redistricting, we always said that when we got close to a final map, or at least a map that we were presenting to the public for public comment, we also wanted to have that map reviewed by an election records expert under the Voting Rights Act to see if any of the moves that we made to any of your individual single-member districts dilute voting strength. And one way to analyze that is whether any of the outcomes of your elections would have changed as a result of the new district lines. And so you've received that expert report, who was very amazed by the way in which Map 1A actually rebalances you as a system, because it's a little bit of impact to every single member district, but it's not so much that it actually would change any election outcome, because we're talking about very few voters with respect to each single member district. Really, the burden is borne pretty equally throughout the system, so none of your opportunity single-member districts are made less strong as a result of any of these moves, and that was the opinion provided to you by your election records expert. Looking at elections between about the 2015 time period to present, and the reason why, and it's explained by your expert, that he didn't look at earlier elections in the decade, is because the election topography of Harris County has changed, and so you wouldn't be comparing apples to oranges. So we looked at elections where the election precincts are similar to what they are today, and looking at those elections, that's how we came to those conclusions, and you've received that information in that report. So looking at Map 1A and its demographics, as you know, we have very few moves, about 13 across the district. Every single member district experienced some sort of impact as a result of this redistricting. And we are back within our 10% at 9.8%. The ideal size is 205,000. And Trustee Vanderbilt-Stallworth, I know you always ask, well, what's that range tolerance, plus or minus 5%? So we know that we want each single member district not to be a greater than about 10,300 above that 205,000, and not greater than 10,300 below that 205,000. And Map 1A accomplishes that. It accomplishes that in addition to not reducing the citizen voting age in any of your minority opportunity districts, except one district, single member district 2, not one, that's made about 0.1% less strong. But your election records expert opines that the outcome of an election would not have been changed as a result of that, because we're talking about too few voters. So Plan 1A, a summary of the changes under Plan 1A. We've gone through these. You know these changes well. But one thing that I would like to highlight to the board, and especially to the public, is you don't come to a plan like Plan 1A without a lot of coordination and cooperation amongst board members. So I really want to thank you as trustees for your cooperation with each other, and for your cooperation with us as your redistricting team, for us to have a map that looks like Map 1A. For an example, Precinct 272, that really is the work of Trustee Reichard and Trustee Wilson, working with respect to that precinct in order to bring the population down of single-member District 6. Precincts 321, 571, and 779, that was the coordination of Trustees Johnson and Reichard. We really needed to unsplit those precincts that were split as a result of the last redistricting. One of your principles for this redistricting is that you didn't want to have any split precincts, and you really honored that by your cooperation with respect to those changes. Precinct 247, we wanted to listen to the community of Third Ward with respect to getting more of Third Ward into single-member District Number 4. And so Trustees Flowers and Trustees Temez, thank you for your coordination there with respect to Precinct 247. Precinct 131 and 867, that was population that we needed to take out of single-member District 9 in order to restore the population to single-member District Number 3. So the coordination of Trustee Vanderbilt-Stallworth and Dr. Temez, Trustee Temez, thank you, because that helped to make our map balance. Then with respect to precincts 177 and 895, those were some additional split precincts. And one of your principles was that you really didn't want to have split precincts as a result of this redistricting. And so we were able to achieve some population balance and unsplit some precincts as a result of the work of Trustees Laredo and Trustees Glazier with respect to that move. And then precincts 847 and 1126, we really needed to reduce the population again of single-member District 6, and that population moved into single-member District 7. So Chair Linton Gary, as well as Trustee Wilson, thank you for your coordination there. And then we also needed to refine a single-member district line so that line more carefully followed a natural boundary between single-member District 6 and 7, and that's how that coordination between those two single-member district trustees is how we had the move with respect to Precinct 487. So I went through that exercise because this is not, every redistricting does not go this way in terms of the coordination between the governing board or the individuals on the governing board. This required a lot of coordination, and that's how you have a map 1A where there is a little bit of population shift in every single member district. No one likes losing population or losing a precinct or gaining a precinct that they're unfamiliar with, but your coordination helped us to have a map that it's pretty evenly spread. And then in terms of your 9 criteria, map 1A, as we have reviewed, complies with the 9 principles that this board adopted. The total deviation is below 10% at 9.8%. We know that you have near equal population because each one of your single member districts is plus or minus 5% of that ideal size. It's compact and contiguous, and then you have the expert of your election records, voting rights expert with respect to vote dilution and retrogression. And then we went out and heard from the public with respect to what do these new proposed single-member districts look like in terms of neighborhoods using easily identifiable boundaries. And then, of course, with respect to how this single-member district map was drawn, we drew it, your demographer drew it, on the basis of using whole election county precincts. So no move actually split a precinct because that was the smallest unit of measure that was used in all of our conversations with each other as well as with the public. We had conversations and dialogue about entire precincts. And then, of course, as you've seen on each one of your maps, based on your current residences, no trustee has been drawn out of their single member district. So all 9 criteria have been satisfied under the map. And then the next couple of slides that we have are the specific changes that occur to each single member district. I know that you're all very familiar with them. Currently, I am showing on the screen the changes under Plan 1A to single member districts 1 and 2. Next, I'm showing the changes to single member districts 3 and 4, and you can also see also on this screen 9, 131 and 867 going from 9 to 3, 247 going from 3 to 4, 123 going from 8 to 3. On the slide show now, I'm showing the changes to single member district 5, and these are changes between 5 and 8. And those are unsplitting those precincts 177 and 895. And then Plan 1A, the changes with respect to single-member districts 6 and 7, precincts 814 and 1126 going into single-member district 6 to reduce that population, and then 467 just to make that boundary there for between single-member district 6 and 7, more of a straight line. And then with respect to the changes in single-member District 8, as we indicated earlier, that's moving 123 from single-member District 8 into single-member District 3. And then 9, the 2 changes we highlighted earlier, unsplitting first 867 that was split as a result of the last census, and then moving one whole precinct 131 back into single-member District 9. And that is Plan 1A that we went out on public comment. And so As a result of this process, the board's discussion, public comment, the expert report that you have received from the election records voting rights statistician expert, it is our recommendation that you, number one, adopt a resolution today that does adopt a final redistricting map, that it be the public presented map, map 1A, and that you authorize the administration to share those boundary changes with all impacted counties so that for your election coming up in November of 2023, those counties will have your correct boundaries in order to be issuing appropriate ballots to voters. Are there any questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Trustee Thomas.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'd like to move to approve the resolution in order adopting map 1A.
We're still, I'm sorry, Dr. Temez, we're still on the information item. I think B is the action item.
Okay,
Yeah, B is the action.
okay.
Are there any questions? Trustee
I have a
Thomas, start
question.
with-
Can you hear me?
Yes, Charlene. We can hear you.
Okay, I just want to confirm what Lisa said, that this did not decrease any electability of the current trustees,
That is
these numbers.
That is correct. Looking at your election outcomes between 2015 and through 2021, using the votes that we know were cast, but changing your geography to look like the, Plan 1A, none of the outcomes would have changed. And your election records expert went so far, even though we knew the percentage of the vote that went to either the incumbent or challenger, even if we assumed contrary to the percentages that we knew existed, that all the votes went against a particular incumbent, no outcome would have changed. Or all the votes went against a challenger, no outcome would have changed. And so that's one measure of whether the current trustees, who we presume in opportunity districts are the choice of minorities living in those opportunity districts, that their voting power has not been diminished because the outcome of the election would not have changed.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Van Start.
I'd like to thank you all because you all did a great job. You and I have had some discussions about some of the concerns that constituents in District 9, because I had several meetings past our formal meeting with organizations in District 9. And then you and I met to try to make an attempt at understanding and resolving some of the issues that arose in terms of how other constituents felt about the moves. And we talked about 3 precincts that possibly could have resolved a landmark issue. We talked about that move. We talked about one precinct in District 9 in particular that would have resolved a move for District 3. And then one precinct move that would have resolved and decreased the number of losses, the number of constituents lost in District 9, because District 9, if I'm not mistaken, has 7,500 constituents and losses for those 2 precincts that we moved.
Correct.
So we looked at that and we came up with what we thought worked, and of course I gave you my word that I would drive, and I did indeed, and it worked until I had a formal discussion with some constituents, because these constituents have been in these locations and in these precincts for many years, and there was a grave concern that they would face the same catastrophic losses that they faced 10 years prior. So the request that I made of you, and we looked at correct me if I'm wrong, we looked at the 9 or 10 tenets that we had that we needed to follow, and it fell within all of those, but the final say was how the constituents would have felt with those moves, and especially the move of 216, going from 9 to 3. It met the demographic criteria. It met the population criteria. It met the statistical analysis criteria. The final criteria was trying to get the constituents to understand that not only was I very considerate of 9. I was also considerate of 4 and 3 to make sure that 3 had substantial Hispanic population, to make sure that 9 did not lose 7,500 people, and that 4 would have substantial an increase in African American population. Those things were met. However, when it comes to constituents, that was probably so that's the deciding factor for where we were. That constituents, when I took this option back to my constituents, because it took some discussion for the 1A map, and they saw the losses, they understood the precincts that District 9 would lose, and they were somewhat uncomfortable with it. But even though this option that you and I and your team looked at, we thought that it was a better option, the constituents in 216 were quite concerned that they would be moved. And so I would say, as a result of that, even though we met all the criteria, and I thought we really had a very good optional map, the constituents in 216 and the surrounding precincts were still uncomfortable. So that at that point, I reported back to authority figures for my community, authority figures in the organizations that are countywide, and let them know that I did not think that this particular, these modifications of map 1A would pass. And so I want to thank you for working with me, because I thought we did a really great job, and we actually had a second option that I thought was a really great option. So I want to say to my constituents that you all did your job, and you did your job well. And as far as District 9 is concerned, we did what we thought was best as an alternate, and as constituents, I think that I have to vote the final say based on what my constituents would want. So thank you all. It's been a pleasure working with you, especially the statistics stuff. It was really good. And I want to say that I realized this was tough and challenging. You not only had to answer to this board, there were a number of county and regional organizations that you had to answer to. They were vocal, they were specific, and at times they were not exactly agreeable. But you all held your own, you did great, and this board got the information that they needed, and you worked with each of us to, at best, resolve our issues that we faced. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
That was a great thank you, Trustee Venable Stallworth. Any other comments?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I don't want to make this meeting longer, but, I just want to ditto what Trustee Vanderbilt Stallworth says. Y'all, your professionalism in a situation that's potentially fraught and in various other institutions becomes, devolves quickly. And, you, Lisa, and Edgar, and the whole team, I just really, really appreciate it. You're working with us, keeping the lines of communication open, and coming to a really, good resolution here for all of us. So thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
I'd like to, Madam Chair, I know I jumped earlier, guys. Sorry, my brain is like going like this, So I apologize, Madam Chair. But I too would like to thank you. And I want to thank my colleagues too. People have asked, how this has been going in terms of this process with us, and it's been calm in terms of, and I think that has to do obviously with the way you handled it and your team. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you on behalf of my team. We appreciate that.
Appreciate you guys. Great job. Okay, I think that's all the questions. So we'll move to item B.
Madam Chair?
Is there a motion to approve?
Yes, I move to approve the resolution and order adopting map 1A.
Second.
Second.
It has been moved in second. We will now have discussion on the item. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For discussion regarding this resolution, with your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Board Counsel.
I don't know that I have anything to add to the presentation that Redistricting Council provided. If there's no further discussion, Madam Chair, I think you're ready to vote.
Any discussion, trustees? Okay, no discussion. We will not call for the vote.
Sharon, that's a yes for me.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-1.
Is there a motion to approve item C? Approve. Okay.
Second.
Improve engagement of firm to investigate complaint against board. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved in second. This item was postponed from the board meeting on April 5th. If any board members have questions or wish to discuss this item, we can adjourn the closed session for discussion pursuant to section 551.074 of the Texas Open Meeting Act. Is there any discussion? Trustee Wilson? Moment, Trustee Wilson.
Sure, and Trustee Wilson, before you ask your question, I just want to clarify, is this a question that would need to be asked in closed session?
As far as I'm concerned, no, it's not. But I've written it down here if you'd like to look at it
Yes.
and advise me.
For real.
Just want to make sure this action item, we're going to approve the firm to be determined to investigate a hearsay complaint with a physical impact to be determined. Is that what this says?
That is what it says. I can go into closed session to clarify that, because I did provide information on these purposes to be determined and in closed session on April 5th. So we can go into closed session to clarify that.
Okay, so we're going to adjourn.
I prefer to do it in the open meeting, but if, upon the advice of our counsel, I will respectfully go to closed session.
And the question can be asked in open, but I can't provide the response to that question in open session. So in order to respond, I would recommend.
To me, it's something the public should know.
I can attempt to respond to it, at least to the extent I'm able to do it in open session, and if further details required, we can go into closed session. So if you'd like to ask your question, I'll.
As I read the action item, it says there's a firm, to engage a firm to be determined to investigate a hearsay complaint, and the physical impact is to be determined. Am I reading that right?
That is what the face of the agenda item says. We discussed in closed session in April 5th the firm that had been recommended by the board chair under your policies, and also an estimate of the cost for the investigation. And then supplemental information was provided in via email prior to this meeting.
Did the board recommend another firm?
A recommendation for another firm can be made. However, the board was not provided with the information that's required under the policy within the timeline that's required under your bylaws. So if the board desires to choose another firm, my recommendation would be to vote on the item that we have today. And if a majority of the board is not in favor of the recommended investigator and the recommended estimate, we can present another item at a subsequent meeting.
So you're saying today vote to hire an investigator, and then we can go back and determine.
Right. Recall policy BBFB local requires that before a board can vote on an investigator for a complaint, they must be provided with a draft engagement letter and an estimate of the cost. So that has only been provided for one investigator. So if the board would like to vote on an alternate investigator, we would have to do that at a subsequent meeting when we can provide that information according to the timeline required under your policy.
Okay, but the timeline is going to be the problem. Am I correct?
The timeline of the investigation.
Right.
Your policy does require that investigations be conducted within 60 days. There has been an extension of that already due to meeting schedules and a delay in finding an investigator to be recommended. But if the board is not in favor of this investigator, we can extend another time, although it's already been extended once. That's correct.
That's my point. So,
Madam Chair,
yes, trustee.
may I just clarify, if you're voting for this item, you are voting for this specific investigator that we chose?
Correct. For the recommendation,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
for the recommendation that the board chair presented to the board on April 5th.
So if you vote against it, that starts the process of potentially having another investigator?
Correct, because there would still be a complaint on file that would need to be resolved under your policies.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Melissa, have we gotten an opinion from the Attorney General regarding this issue?
We have not. That's not something that we discussed. I can review whether or not that would be an option. It's not something that's been discussed up to this point. And that may be something just to get specific clarification on your thoughts that we could discuss in closed session.
Sure, maybe we should discuss that.
I agree.
Yeah, if we could.
So, Madam Chair, there should be language in your script to adjourn to closed session. Just make sure that we're identifying the appropriate section numbers, which is 551-071
My point.
and 074.
Okay, this meeting will now adjourn to close our executive session under the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, and/or 551.074 of the Open Meetings Act, as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board on any matter considered in the closed meeting, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up in the open session portion of this meeting or in a subsequent public meeting upon notice thereof. The meeting is adjourned to closed session at
2:45 p.m.
The open portion of the meeting, of the special meeting for the Houston Community College System Board of Trustees reconvened at
3:19 p.m.
Is there a motion to approve item B, resolution? No? No, I'm sorry. I already got it. All right. Sorry about that. So now we just need to call this. We're now ready to vote on C, approve engagement of firm to investigate complaint against board. Voting is now open? No?
Sharon, it is.
Oh,
Sharon,
okay.
would you let Trustee Johnson know if she wants to vote? We need to be able to.
Oh, okay. About her.
Trustee Johnson? I'm not seeing her on just yet.
She's on the screen.
Okay.
She's muted too.
I'll text her.
Okay, she's off mute. Charlene, can you hear us? She went back out. Oh, there she is.
Trustee Johnson, your video has to be on in order for us to include your vote.
Okay. Okay, I'm clear.
There you are.
Doctor. No.
Okay, now we see you now. And your vote, please.
Yes.
Okay, received. Voting has concluded.
I
It
have
popped
another
up again
share.
for me, Sharon.
Yeah, no, redo it. I
Oh,
think
okay.
we have an issue.
Revote?
Yes. Okay, voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7 in favor, 2 opposing.
Okay. We will now move to item D, FY 2024 enrollment projections. This is a report item. No action is required. Chancellor Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, we know that enrollment is one of the main drivers of one of our revenue streams in terms of tuition, and those enrollments turn into outcomes that will support our funding under the new formula that was adopted in Austin. We're adding a bit of formality to our forecasting of enrollment, something that we haven't done in the past, to be specific as to those things that influence enrollment that we have some influence over. I'm going to provide an overview of this, Madam Chair. With your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Dr. Grays.
Thank you, Chancellor, Madam Chair, members of the board. As the Chancellor mentioned in his introduction, the administration has worked closely with our consultant partners, Huron, who I'll introduce shortly, to develop the enrollment projections for academic year 23-24. As you're aware, community colleges across the nation have seen enrollment declines since the onset of COVID-19, and certainly we've experienced that same here at Houston Community College, with the most of those declines more prevalent among our most underserved and underrepresented communities. And today, we'd like to take a deeper dive, as you heard the Chancellor allude to the new state funding model, what that means in terms of being much more intentional around focusing on completion, retention, persistence. You will see some projections for the first time, I think, as part of this work, including our retention goals and targets. So today, we'll share that collaborative work that happened between the Office of Research and Data Analytics with the support of Dr. Andrea Burridge, Student Services, and Huron Consulting Partners. I will now ask my co-presenters, Frederick Luhenson and Ben Chrysalis, to come forward to present the enrollment projections, and then I will come back and wrap up the presentation to highlight the strategies that we will initiate or continue in support of the projections.
Thank you, Dr. Grace. To start today, what I'd like to do is just give a quick reminder of what we discussed at the last board meeting on February 15th, and then give a quick overview of what we intend to share with you today. And then I do want to make sure that we make it clear kind of where the outcomes of this project end and what the important next steps are. And then I'll ask my colleague Frederick to outline just the inputs to the enrollment model as well as the outputs to two specific scenarios. So just as a quick refresher, in our last meeting in February, we shared some key enrollment trends from HCC's recent past. We then compared that to a market landscape analysis where we looked specifically at population projections as well as feeder trends of feeder districts. And as a result of that analysis, we came to the conclusion that the college is well positioned for modest and conservative growth. And where we are today is we would like to share the outcomes of those enrollment projections specific to the goals that we have set for both enrollment by segment, primary segment, and retention, and then how those goals play out from a total headcount growth perspective for not just next year, but also out into the future to AY29. So I will share just a couple of key factors. I'll have Frederick outline the two scenarios that we've developed, one a more conservative set of assumptions and one a more optimistic set of assumptions. And then we'll invite Dr. Grace back up to outline some of the strategies that are both in progress and planned that will allow HCC to achieve the optimistic scenarios. I do just want to note that the goal of this work together was to develop the projections and to develop a kind of roadmap for what projections could look like out into AY29. What is important to note is that a very important next step, and I think we mentioned this in our last meeting in February, was that the development of a strategic enrollment plan that is the operational plan to effectively achieve the outcomes is the next step of this process. So as you'll recall, our enrollment model is built on four primary levers: SCH enrollment, dual enrollment, CE enrollment, and retention outcomes. And so we want to share some important factors to keep in mind that really are informing our growth expectations for AY24 and beyond. From the SCH, student credit hour, semester credit hour perspective, again, we're looking at non-dual SCH here. Our projection is that there is room for cautious growth. And a couple of key points to keep in mind is that new student enrollment has returned to a pretty stable pre-COVID level of 12 to 13,000 students from a headcount perspective in the fall. Fall 2020 to 2022 total enrollment has remained relatively steady around 38,000 students. And in that last bullet, what we're showing here is just population projections for both the age demographic that you all serve, as well as projected growth rates in HISD, realizing that there is some risk and fluctuation in the number of graduates from HISD ultimately enrolling in post-secondary education. On the dual enrollment side, we see an opportunity for near-term growth after AY24. What we do know is that based on annual contract fluctuations associated with dual enrollment, that in AY24 we expect a net zero impact on dual enrollment, but after AY24 we do see room for growth in line with what has recently been experienced at that 1.8% annual growth rate. On the CEU enrollment, this is where we see the greatest opportunity for growth, and the primary reason for that is that CEU enrollment was the most dramatically impacted by COVID, and so there is the greatest opportunity for enrollment to rebound coming out of COVID. The last point here is just that there have been recent efforts by the leadership team here at HCC to create new innovative programming and changes to the state funding model will really incentivize greater participation in CE. On the retention side, one thing to note is that we do see an opportunity for eventual payoff and an improvement in retention. There are recent and planned investments in student services that Dr. Grays will mention here shortly that we believe will begin to bear fruit, albeit not immediately. And again, with this new state funding model, when passed, we believe, given the fact that that will prioritize completion rates, that will increase the level of focus on impacting those outcomes. And so do want to factor in projected growth and improvement in retention, primarily with SCH students. The last point I'll note, and this is just important context, is that our model sets targets for new student growth and retention improvements. And regardless of next year's new student growth rate, 2 years of significantly reduced new student cohorts, particularly in SCH, so you can see that in the blue line at the top, will create effectively a cap on HCC's total growth potential in the near term due to those known reductions in continuing students from those 2 prior cohorts. So effectively, the 2 prior cohorts in this chart in fall 20, fall 21, those are now continuing students, and there's only so much you can do to impact that from a growth perspective, right? You have to wait for those students to complete, and then you will benefit from the larger cohorts, larger new student cohorts that you have already started to achieve, as evidenced by fall 2022 in this chart. So with that, I will pass it over to Frederick to walk you through the assumptions and inputs, as well as the outputs for AY24 and beyond.
Thank you, Ben. All right, so as we reviewed market data and extracted themes from our multiple interviews with HCC presidents and other key stakeholders, and developed the headcount projections, as you see here, we outlined one conservative case and one optimistic case, while also considering potential improvements to retention. So looking here at the conservative case, what you see in academic year 2024 is that for SCH and dual enrollments, there's a 0% growth for the upcoming year. While looking at the future years, there's a 2% growth for semester credit hours and a 2.5% growth for dual enrollment. While continuing education, as Ben mentioned, we do see a greater growth potential there, and we put a 3% growth rate annually all the way through to academic year 2029. On the optimistic side of this, we put for semester credit hours starting at 2% in the upcoming year, in line with what previous projections have been, but then increasing that to 2.5% all the way through. And same thing for dual enrollment. It starts at 2%, but increase a little bit more up to 3% per year. Continuing education units in this scenario is increased on a year-by-year basis to range all the way up to 5% per year in increase. Now, we did look, as Ben mentioned, on the retention rates as well. And there are things and efforts being put into place by Dr. Gray's team that will help support the growth of these percentages as well. So in the next upcoming year, we predicted a 0% increase in retention rates because they have been consistent over the prior years. But with the implementation of a new upcoming CRM and funding of various initiatives, we do see that a 2% annual increase of the retention rates is appropriate for HCC. So as we're looking at the model outcomes and thinking about academic year 23 to academic year 24, what we're seeing there is that the annual increase will be ranging between 0.8 in the conservative case to 1.7% in the optimistic case. And this relates back to the continuing students being lower based on prior cohorts. In the years to come, and as HCC is looking to grow all the way through academic year 29, which was the time frame that we were developing these models, we do see that there's going to be an annual growth of the enrollment numbers ranging from 2.8% to 3.6%. So HCC will be continuing its growth with the current market and the years to come as it's looking to improve its operations and bringing students and serving their needs. With that, I wanted to hand over to Dr. Grace to finish off our presentation, and thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Frederick. So you've heard, trustees, and what's been presented are the conservative, both the conservative numbers and the projection, the optimistic numbers. I do want to clarify that conservative figures are if we do nothing. If we take no action, what we expect to see in terms of enrollment growth. However, as you can probably imagine, we are shooting for the stretch goals in terms of the optimistic numbers. So to talk a little bit more or give you some indication of where we're going, you heard reference to some of the retention strategies as well as our recruitment efforts. I wanted to highlight just a couple of things and bring them to your attention and consideration. Thank you again. I keep saying this every time I come before the board for your investment in the new admissions advisors who are embedded in the high schools. Certainly, we know that there is still opportunity despite what we see going on in terms of our ISD partners. There is still a need for us to be physically present, and I'm proud to say that our team has done a tremendous job over the past year in working very intently with our ISD partners, so much so that we've seen about a 13% increase in new applicants. Now we want to be very deliberate about this work. It is not enough to just bring in new applicants. We need to focus on conversion and really converting in areas where we see the greatest opportunity for growth. So from a planned, desired perspective is thinking about who's not present, who's not showing up at the HCC campuses, and where do we have an opportunity to dig into our application data and develop a much more deliberate marketing and communication strategy and outreach strategy so that we're recovering enrollments and intentionally engaging those communities that are underrepresented. As you've also heard, there is a need for the institution. We've talked about this for several years for a comprehensive strategic enrollment management plan, a plan that looks beyond a target or a number of students to bring in. It is comprised of an enrollment mix. It is informed by our integrated budget and development planning process. That means that after the program review data is available, we've assessed where there's opportunities for growth or sunsetting. Then how do we develop a marketing strategy that aligns with that, that we are intentionally investing resources to support that area where we've identified as opportunity for growth. That plan also includes staffing and alignment of resources across the district to ensure that we're providing the necessary support internally to ensure that we're deploying the right strategy, that we are monitoring and tracking our progress, and that we're reporting on outcomes. So this work, it is not one that we can do in isolation. Certainly it requires engagement across the entire community, and I'm thankful that we're working closely with Dr. Ewan and several other key stakeholders across the district to start this work. It is not an easy task, but certainly we have a commitment and now even a more critical urgency based on where we know the state is expecting in terms of monitoring student outcomes for performance. We will also continue to engage our reconnect students. These are students who have stopped out for some reason or another. We also saw during the height of the pandemic that many students took a pause to focus on what we call Maslow's hierarchy of needs. They were concerned about housing and food and really focused their time to do that. There's now an opportunity for us to bring them back. With the great work that we're doing in continuing education, I'm thinking about where students are with respect to the near completion of their programs of study. We have a team of advisors dedicated focusing on this particular population, identifying resources where there may be some through external grants to help cover any remaining balances for students who could not afford to cover their tuition or left before they could pay their final tuition. I'm thinking much more holistically about what are the students' needs, what caused them to stop out to begin with, and connecting them with those wraparound services as they're re-engaged and readmitted to the institution. From a retention standpoint, you're aware that we have pathways advisors. You had a presentation about a month ago from Dr. Debbie Hamilton on the work that we're doing with our case managed advising. You see again on the left side what's in progress in terms of our early alert process. We had a cross-functional team across the district that included both student services and instructional services to really dig deeper into understanding what is our early intervention process. Can we refine that to ensure that students are not falling through the gaps, and where we might find opportunities for greater collaboration and communication. So we've received an excellent report out earlier this week during our process reimagine and redesign meeting, where there's been a great deal of progress made to improve this process, not only for identifying students early, but also we've identified opportunities to prescribe interventions based on what the students have identified as areas of concern, or the faculty for that matter. We'll continue with our partnerships with our CBO partners. We believe that we can do this work not alone. If we're going to make meaningful change and impactful change on creating economic mobility for the students we serve, then we have to partner with other organizations that are also focused on the same effort. So as we think about where we're going in terms of future state, Trustee Wilson, you'll be pleased to see we are moving forward with developing our mandatory advising sessions. We've developed an advising curriculum whereby at each interval in terms of key milestones, students will be required to meet with an advisor to ensure that they're on track with their academic plan and program, that we've identified any opportunities to connect them with resources. If they're planning to transfer, that they had that conversation from the point that they enter into the institution, and that we're verifying their program of study using those degree maps that we receive from our four-year partners, and aligning the completion strategy to support that work. All of this is encompassed in our personalized learning pathways plan. This is the work of our QEP. You will hear, although we will not call it Caring Campus, it is an initiative where the entire college will be focused on creating a sense of belonging, focusing on improving the student experience at HCC, with the intention of being very deliberate, understanding that our students are not a monolith and that we have to think about the individual and how we serve the whole student and every student. So those are the strategies that we will deploy. You will hear more about those in the months to come. In fact, we will have an update in June on a couple of these items to give you a little bit more context with respect to the implementation and deployment. We should have some data. I'm very optimistic about the student success outcomes data, where you've seen us celebrate the Rodeo Award. You've heard us get the accolades and recognition from Achieving the Dream for being a leader college, but we still have work to do, and we recognize that, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in our June presentation. So what are the immediate next steps for HCC? As I've shared previously, the development and deployment and implementation of a strategic enrollment management plan. This is, again, probably the most pivotal of all of this work. Even using the data, if after examining where we are with respect to FY24 enrollment, if we see that there's some turn or trend in the local economy that could create opportunity for increasing that pipeline, that will be reflected and adjusted accordingly. Again, this work will happen not in isolation, but we will need the entire college community to help represent and at least create a model that will be inclusive of every student we're trying to serve and target. Developing a strategic roadmap for retention. We are working closely with our not only our faculty, but our advisors and our advising team. In fact, quite frequently, a couple of times per semester, we have what are known as advising summits, where our advisors meet with the department chairs and the faculty of departments to exchange ideas, to understand curriculum, and perhaps ask questions or share experience that students are highlighting as they're going through their program. This is intentional. Number one is to increase collaboration across the divisions, but number two, it is also to ensure that we're all speaking from the same book as we think about our focus on improving student success outcomes. And then lastly, well, the last three, outlining the resources that are required. As I shared, the strategic enrollment management plan will be reflective of the integrated budget and development process. Investing in the CRM, we've talked at some length about where we are with that project. We do believe that that is going to be pivotal as we think about communication and constant communication and engagement of prospective students as well as continuing students. And then lastly, facilitate the complexity of the system by providing students with the primary contact or mentor that support them throughout their student experience. This is, again, it will not just be their case managed advisor. We're thinking much more holistically about how do we leverage peer mentorship? How do we build on great programs such as our supplemental instruction program? And where there are other opportunities to make meaningful engagements and connections for students to ensure that there's a point of connection within the institution that can support them and encourage their growth and completion. We're happy to answer any questions. That concludes the presentation at this point.
Madam Chair, sorry, you anticipated me. Thank you so much for the presentation. I think this is really important work and gives us some good information. Shante, I wanted to ask, I worry a lot about, I think we have huge opportunity in Houston to make these strides. I wonder if we have any information on the folks who choose not to go. I know we use the people that we do capture, right? And we probably send them tons of surveys and ask them tons of questions about what persuaded you, what chose you, and that'll help inform our path forward. Do you know of any work being done maybe by HERC or some other institution that might determine why folks aren't choosing to come to higher ed in general, to HCC in particular? I would hope that there'd be some, at least organization countywide that would determine this, because my fear is that, it's unrealistic to say every single person's gonna come, right? And I wonder how much of this is a permanent turn. What we're seeing in Houston is reflecting a permanent turn in the country of just folks that, regardless of how much money we spend on marketing, just aren't interested. And I don't think we're there yet. I don't think we're close to there, and I do think there's huge potential, and I appreciate the presentation. But I was wondering, if there's some sort of sources like that we're looking at, so that we're not, I don't want to look back and say, we didn't do this great program because we kept putting money in marketing to get people that just will never choose it, either because they have other great opportunities or for whatever reasons will never choose it. I don't think we're there yet, but I was hoping that you could kind of see what you thought about it and maybe keep a pulse, keep track of that sort of thing.
No, and I think your question is spot on, Trustee Reichard. So what I do know is at the national level, there's lots of data, there's lots of studies that are currently underway. And what we're seeing is an alarming trend among community college enrollment, right? We're starting to see the same in four-year college enrollment, although graduate enrollment continues to increase, which is pretty amazing. The challenge is we've not have, while there's a consortia of our Houston GPS partners who are also focusing now on creating pipelines, seamless pipelines from K-12 through the four-year institution, we've not had that level of deep dive to understand what's causing students not to return. Why are they leaving high school before graduating, and what that means for us long term, because there is in fact a significant gap when you think about the pipeline of students who are not completing high school and their credentials, and what that means is long term we're starting to see the lag effects of that. Does that mean that there's not opportunity? Absolutely not. When you go to sites like the Kinder Institute, and I think I've quoted this a million times over, even our own IR team has developed, we could take the maps, our current demographic maps, and identify where there's opportunity. We know the entire eastern side of our Houston community has a great need. Between 27 and 43% of those residents are at or below the poverty level. That suggests that there is an opportunity to either promote our programs like our apprenticeship, short-term CE programs where they are able to get a credential, put them on a track or a pathway to at least earn a livable and sustainable wage, while allowing them to still provide for their families. There is certainly an opportunity, and it is the work that we will do in the strategic enrollment management planning. It is the work that we will continue to do in terms of our Texas pathways and our Achieving the Dream that will really require us to provide a more keen focus and really keeping this information front and center, top of mind for the board, so that you can see as we are working through this progress where we're going, where we're finding opportunities, or perhaps even running into some challenges. But I think that's an excellent question.
I appreciate that, Dr. Grays, and it really, that's a good point. It's the traditional model of advertising to folks graduating from high school. We need to find other ways to reach them, maybe 1 to 2 years out. We know that is a population that we really lost a lot of enrollment in, and so there's a lot of opportunity there. So, thank you, Dr. Grace.
Sure.
Madam Chair, Dr. Grays, you and I have discussed data that's come out of TEA that shows over the last decade, without any disruption like COVID, a 1% per year drop in matriculation from high schools to colleges and universities in total. The last year or so, there's been a lot of disruption. We saw in the presentation the drop, the very significant drop, and we've heard from TEA on as high as 70% of HISD's graduates do not go on to post-secondary. So we think that's probably an anomaly, and that number will start to come back. Have you had, and I know that we talk about this consistently, but are you aware of any work that TEA or the coordinating board is doing to identify those different high-level categories that keeping the students from coming in? Are we working with our instructional department? Because those students will come. It's just a matter of, we have seen demographics of the median age of our students increase 3 to 4 years over the past 2 years. So we're seeing that bell curve slide up to the older students. And are we looking at innovative ways to engage those students when they come back to be able to move them through quickly? And I know the answer is yes, but where are we in terms of those discussions internally to develop a creative way to move those students through? We've already reduced the average time to graduate for first-time students by over a year. What are your thoughts on what we can do to those incumbent workers as they start considering college, because that job as a delivery driver is going away?
So, and Chancellor, thank you, and thanks for the reminder in terms of the nudge. So the population we're talking about is really the opportunity youth. It is those individuals who haven't quite yet reached the age of 23 or 24, but they're unemployed, they're not enrolled in post-secondary education, and really that is, I will say, not just at the TEA level, but there are nonprofit organizations that are also, the Federal Reserve Bank is one of them. There was a team for which I was affiliated that was really focused on trying to identify how do we connect with these opportunity youth to create, number one, identify what their needs are. What are the barriers? Why are they not enrolling in post-secondary education? But then secondly, really taking a deeper dive to understand what types of skills and training are they looking for. I'm still at a loss. It's one of the things that keeps many of us up at night. When you look at things like the Kinder Institute community dashboard, and you see the need, and then you try to reconcile that with as much outreach and enrollment recovery and learning loss that we do, even through our we have programs like the Puente Bridge program, right? A number of programs, and yet we're still having challenges. I think about our Southeast community in particular, where there was Austin High School was once thriving enrolled high school, and we start to see the declining numbers of students enrolled. There is something systemically challenging. It doesn't suggest that we don't respond. But I think as a community, there's an opportunity for us to really take a deeper dive in understanding if it's economic, if there are some other factors that we haven't accounted for, just given the surface research that we have. I'm no expert by any means, but I can say that what we've seen in Houston is not unlike what we see and what we're seeing across the country. The same population in terms of the students who are not engaged, who are not connected, who need the most in terms of access and support.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chancellor, I know in speaking to, people in the community and knowing that our unemployment rate is at actually a low number. A lot of folks are employed. We have discussions about why go to community college or further education when you can get a relatively lucrative pay at an unskilled job. In speaking to some folks that attend another community college, and I ran into them because they're working kind of a swing shift at their employer, they mentioned to me challenges with regard to they want to take classes, but they can't afford to give up their job. Or do we have programs, or do we try and align? Are there opportunities where we can focus on programs that allow students to perhaps work in the afternoons and go to class in the morning, or the reverse, and entertain engagement and partnerships with employers that would work with us on these type of schedules? Because I think this is an opportunity that many students that are out there working and can't really afford to just jump off the salary train to get an education. And are we exploring opportunities in that area?
Yes, we are. And it's easiest to work with the larger employers, with the Home Depots, with the FedExes in terms of scheduling with students. Their focus, some of the many companies are very concerned about the community and helping to provide education, knowing that there are economic cycles. The challenge for us is one of scheduling. As you pointed out, we can be very flexible, but the challenge is in what's the acceptable class size. We can use some remote instruction to help us with that, but we plan to make progress with our master scheduling as we move that into a stronger development and using artificial intelligence to help us with that. We schedule by putting up times that are available, as opposed to having a blank sheet of paper where students can tell us when they're available. So we're trying to fit a model. This is the old model. And the work that Kurt's group is starting as we speak in terms of what we can do with AI in terms of scheduling, I think is really going to put us in a different league. So we're doing it. We have the flexibility to do it. The challenge is how do we connect that time of day that's convenient for the student with the availability of faculty and our capacity. I think we have enough capacity. It's just putting them together at the right time.
Thank you.
I'm looking at your key factors supporting projections for the team who defined these four categories. Is HISD the only K-12 that was considered, because it's the only one listed?
You want to answer or you want me to? Okay.
No, we looked at all the contributing school districts in the area that do contribute students to HCC, and I think we highlighted that in our presentation from February. So if those data points are referenced there from February, but we just wanted to highlight your largest contributor, which is HISD.
Okay, so included in this projection is A-Leaf, Spring Branch, Fort Bend, Stafford, and Katy?
No, ma'am. In this projection, in this particular bullet, the 1.8% annual growth, that is the projection from TEA for enrollment in HISD K through 12. We provided the other districts' projected growth rates in our prior presentation. We just wanted to highlight this as an example of the fact that your feeder districts are expected to grow at a marginal rate over the course of the next several years.
But they
Okay, so the recent.
But they are reflected in the total.
So the recent uncertainty in HISD population is a silo statement. Yes?
That is specific to high school graduates. And so while the K through 12 population is growing, to the Chancellor's point, we have seen some challenges in terms of the number and percent of high school graduates further pursuing post-secondary education.
And in the key factors supporting projections is the 60 by 30 Texas Legislature plan included in as a consideration in these supporting projections?
So, Trustee, great question. I think part of the two things, I think that's where the opportunity exists. So with the Texas 60 by 30, which is now building a Talent Strong Texas pipeline, those numbers are by region. We do know that there were targets deliberately set for each of the service high schools, the service community colleges within the region. However, these are numbers based on data that HCC can provide based on the historical context. I think the numbers that that are included in the 60 by 30 recommended plan are aspirational at most, does not consider factors such as the implications around our ISD partners, what we've seen in terms of recent data with respect to downward trends of post-secondary enrollment. You'll recall that plan was developed in 2017 with a pivot in 2021 by Commissioner Keller to focus on embedding credentials of value, providing access to workforce credentials that gets those students who are enrolled in a livable wage, and so that we're moving them to and through with something that will allow them to provide for their families. Certainly, I think the opportunity is to take these numbers that we know where we see the greatest opportunity or capacity for growth and overlay that with how we can contribute to the regional growth in the Gulf Coast area.
And the diploma endorsements that are required for the state of Texas, how are the diploma endorsements incorporated into these supporting projections?
You're talking about the HB5 high school endorsements, correct? That is the alignment of our pathways. So we're working very closely with our ISD partners, as we do even with our dual credit programs, more intently now developing our success coaches to understand when that students select that high school endorsement, what pathway options are available to them based on the programs and services we provide, not only just through the community college, but if they are aspiring to transfer to a four-year institution, that is also reflected in the transfer maps as an option for those students to see themselves going from K-12 through the four-year partner.
So with that being said, the understanding is that Houston Community College is addressing these students in the 8th grade when that endorsement has to be done.
That's an area of opportunity in terms of greater engagement. Obviously, we don't select or we don't help students make that determination in 8th grade, but certainly we have explored the possibility of having our career services teams and our college connection teams work closely with those high schools to at least introduce them to what may be possible. We have worked over the past couple of years closely with HISD and ALEAF ISD to provide some what we're calling our sort of hands-on career exploration, where students get a chance to just test drive careers and understand what's available in terms of our workforce programs and our academic programs. But I do think, Trustee Vanderbilt-Stallworth, there is an opportunity to think about how do we do this in a way that is much more aligned and connected so that we are staying closely connected to those students in 8th grade as they're making those decisions and preparing to transition to high school.
And your hard target numbers for your dual credit enrollment, what is the current number of dual credit students enrolled in HCC?
It's a little under 10,000, I believe. Is that right, Dr. Burridge? Can you? I can go to.
So, and that 10,000 is inclusive of all of these school districts? That's a total for Houston, ISD, ALEAF, Spring Branch, Fort Bend, Stafford, and Katy?
That is
all
correct.
Of those, it's only 10,000? Or is that HISD?
So if you look at the dual credit row in this chart, in AY 23, that is actual. So that is 12,748 dual credit enrollment head counts, encompassing all the districts that you just cited.
Excuse me, I'm confused. Because I thought Dr. Venable Starworth asked a question and you said this was relevant to HISD. Now then, here's a portion that's relevant to
No, so, sorry.
all districts?
So that data point that was HISD specific on the prior
Okay.
slide was just a landscape factor that we wanted to share with you
Okay.
for the purposes of understanding growth potential. The model that we've developed is encompassing of all headcount, all enrollment, and service districts.
Okay, then that means and I might be wrong, but that means this is a statistical skew. Because if you add up the numbers of those students in those school districts, HISD is what, a little over 200,000? And I have not gone to see what A-Leaf, Spring Branch, Fort Bend, Stafford, and Katie's high school enrollment is. Eligible, dual credit eligibility, because dual credit eligibility really starts in 9th grade. What this tells me is that 2% that's an understatement. Perhaps 2% for HISD only, but 2% for 6 school districts, that's a dramatic understatement. So what I'd like to see, because percentages don't really tell the story. You've got enrollment numbers here. Those enrollment numbers based on these 6 school districts is like 0.5%, which means we're not doing our job in terms of really seeking out students. I would like to know the number of dual credit students in Katie. I'd like to know the number of dual credit students in A-Leaf. I understand the overall glossing of the model outcomes because you want to create a standardized template so that you can successfully manipulate numbers and you can put hardcore numbers in and you can come out with percentages. But what this tells me is that this is statistically skewed. We're not exactly targeting the way that we should if we want to grow. Now, we've had a decline in enrollment every year. So we're seeing a total head count increase every year. So that's a little confusing. But I am concerned because with the new funding formula, I don't know if you all have seen the 4 areas that really branch out into more than 4 areas. We are grossly underprepared for seeking students in those areas where we will be reimbursed for student success. Now, your pathways have established some clear lines of delineation as to how and when and where we should grow. And I think that the pathways that we have don't look like they have been included in this model outcome. Am I right or wrong in that? Who did the pathways?
I'm not sure, Trustee, I'm not sure what you're referencing.
We received a national recognition for our modeling our pathways.
The Rodeo Award, is that what you're referring to?
We got
the
that.
Texas Pathways.
So, no, I'm talking about the 3 people who worked diligently to create pathways for us to actually use in our enrollment growth. Am I missing this? Because it was bragged on. So everybody's blank. Okay, I'll find it later. But I looked at those pathways that were created and they were very good and they had the potential to be very, very assertive and aggressive, particularly for students in severely underrepresented areas and underrepresented regions, which is why the state of Texas and some of the executives from the other community colleges gave us broad brushstroke kudos on how it was created, how those pathways were created. And I think it might have been Dr. Burridge and there were 3 people.
Are you referring to the presentation that was made at ACCT, Trustee, by Drs. Burridge and Turner?
Not Turner, no,
okay.
The 3 people who created it. And so this discussion, let me say this discussion at the state of Texas level in ACCT, we received the kudos for being able to create pathways that students who are in severely underrepresented regions could actually follow and enter into our trajectory. And though it was extraordinary, but what I'm not seeing in the model, I'm not seeing that application in this model. So what I'm seeing statistically is this going in this way and this going in this way, and somehow, hopefully, in the near future, the twain shall meet. So the models, based on what the administration has already done, the models should have been a launch from what was done, because what was done was clearly based upon where we've been and where we want to go. So I would have expected this model outcome to follow that path. This model outcome is an independent analysis, independent of those pathways that were already established and proven and lauded statewide and nationwide. So what I want to see, well, let me finish this. What I want to see is how this model is going to utilize what has already been created, the pathways that were established with a lot of hard work from this administration. That was a lot of work.
Okay, but see, here's the confusion. They're not really understanding what you're talking about. So my suggestion is that, because you can't remember exactly where you saw it. So, and I know you can.
I guess
find
you have
it.
to. Yeah, you have to ask Dr. Desmond
See,
Lewis and the
maybe
team
you can.
that did.
You can get that. You can find out and then get with Dr. Grace. That way, you guys can be on the same page, because we're going in circles and we're not connecting. Okay, Chancellor said, would you please get with him, and then he can help you better understand.
Okay, because if we don't, this is not statistically. I'm not good with this. So
Yeah,
thank you.
I think there's an opportunity to provide greater clarity in terms of providing some historical enrollment. I can assure you, though, trustee, that any student who comes to HCC, we are intently focused on building a pathway for them. That is the work that we're doing. While it may not be explicitly spelled out in the model outcomes, I think what you're referencing is the strategy in terms of how we onboard them. But I want to make sure we address your concern. So if you don't mind sharing that with the chancellor, we can get more context.
You get your information so you can tell them exactly what you're talking about. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say Prieta. Dr. Trustee Stallworth.
I will do that, and I guess I will go back to what was created and then versus what is done here, and the separation of the two when the two have to work in tandem. So I'm not seeing the in tandem part, but I will do that. That will be important, because underrepresented students are still being missed because we're not enrolling them. So as much as we like to do these models, and as much as we like to spout percentages, they're still being missed. And we keep working toward this, and we have for many years, and we somehow keep missing these students.
Get your information.
Thank you.
Please.
I will.
Okay. Get with the chancellor and share with your colleagues. All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation as well, Dr. Maldonado and Ms. Grays and team. This is helpful to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Trustee Wilson.
The problem I'm having with the presentation, one, you talk about marketing strategies and applying resources. In any business, you've got to market something, got a product, sell it, and, provide the goods, provide the service. I just, the presentation was backwards today. You were guessing or projecting, and we don't know what the marketing strategy is and how all of these programs are going to affect that. And we talk in vague terms, and it doesn't soak in with me on some of the things that y'all say. Establish targets, case management, improve early alerts, collaborate with CBOs, invest in CRMs, develop strategic roadmaps. What is all that? Where does the rubber hit the road, and what kind of program is that? And, I'm going to get back to one of the things that I would like to see happening in our marketing is in our health sciences. Here we are, and with that, I can sit up here and say that, but this board's going to have to make a commitment to allocate funds to that if that's what our strategy is, and if that's where we're going to go and try to increase our enrollment. All of this was well and good, but I really, I would like to see something more definitive, and instead of just some kind of guesses here, and the cohorts are increasing per your chart, but you didn't put that with our existing enrollment, so I'm really not sure whether it's going to increase when you add the two. I'm not sure what our enrollment's going to be, and enrollment is so important. We need a signature item for this school to have a positive step and get out there in the community and show we're doing something. And being optimistic and having some positive programs is what we need to do and be focused on. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Wilson. I couldn't agree more. And in fact, that's why we're here today, to talk about the opportunity. I think certainly recruitment and enrollment, your thoughts are well taken, points well taken. But I believe that the data informs the budget. That informs the strategy. How can we market if we don't know who we need to market to and where the opportunities exist? But certainly, we will continue. This is the first discussion of many discussions. You hold the administration accountable. We have no problem sharing exactly what we're doing because we believe in the spirit of transparency, not only for the board, but for the community that we serve. We owe them that debt of gratitude. Okay, thank you.
Now move to item E, FY 2024 report on FY 2024 budget development board budget workshop number 3, overview of preliminary operating budget. This is a report item. No action is required. Chancellor Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, this is a continuation of our bringing to the board the phased explanations of the budget process, of the budget numbers, what they address and what they mean. And with your permission, I'll turn the floor over to our Chief Business Officer, Chief Financial Officer, Marshall Hines.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Chancellor, and Trustees. It's my pleasure to be up here to walk you through workshop number 3. We have another workshop that follows in May, and then bringing in the budget for approval in June. I would like to mention a few things. One, we have Carla Bender, if she'll wave her hand back there. Carla is actually present today, and she's been working with us, with her team, on the budget. So I want to give her some recognition for that. Go through these slides, and it won't read you every word of them, but there's some great information that we're anxious to share about how this budget year, fiscal year is going and where we are for fiscal year 24. I think we're closer to having a truly balanced budget in my definition. And I was asked by a trustee about a year ago what my definition was and true. And so we talked about that a little bit, and this kind of covers some of that. So as we go through the progressive development, this is still focusing on the unrestricted fund and the revenues that come in with that. The access to student and faculty needs, develop a sustainable budget for 24, and then become the community college of choice in our market. And then we're talking, as you just heard the Chancellor, a little bit about the community industry and education overall and what our HCC market really is and how we're being impacted. There's no shortage of environmental issues that continue to impact us, both economic and from the employment standpoint. You know, a sustainable budget, the regional plans for the ad valorem tax revenue, tuition and fees, state appropriations, those are our 3 largest contributors to our revenue, as you know. And demonstrate the latest evaluation and recommendations for competitive compensation for our faculty and staff. We really need to focus more, and Izzy and her team, and talent engagement and the whole group there, talking about it's not only recruitment, bringing in people. We're having some challenges on certain positions, As you heard earlier, I think we're at the 5-decade low in the unemployment rate. We're right at 3%. You've had the great resignation. You've had the baby boomer retirement. You've got the wages going up. And so there's a lot of people working that want to work. They are working. So once you get them in the door, and once we already have our staff here, we have to have retention. And how do you create retention for your staff? You have quality performance from those people that have been around a while, not the people that bounce from job to job. We have to create a career path for our employees, no matter what their level is in the organization. People that are good people and want to work hard, they want to move up and be able to succeed in life. In professional development, again, we're giving the faculty a big jump this year with the HERF dollars. We're currently spending around $3.4 million on professional development from HERF. That was an approved project. And normally we give them $400,000 a year. So this is almost 10 times what they normally see on an annual basis. And then support. We owe our employees support as well, and whatever their needs may be, and those are quite varied. So we'll review the 23 operating budget today, and we'll look at the preliminary recommended operating budget. And then we're still working to be the college of choice, and that includes a compensation strategy. And I want to talk a little bit about the faculty and facility space as well. Looking at the timeline moving forward, you see in the green box, that's where we are today. We're looking at the one college initiatives that we have baked into the budget. We review the preliminary revenue and expense budgets for the operating expenses. And then in May, we'll be back to talk about all the other fund balances and funds that we go through with auxiliary, restricted, capital, technology plan, president fee and amounts and tech fees, facility use, et cetera. I'll cut to the chase on the structure for fees. We're not recommending any increases in fees, and you'll see a little more detail of that as we go forward. And again, post-pandemic's over, but our economic environment still stands to be a challenge, and you also have a societal issue that we're dealing with. We've had some discussions from Shantae and her group. Just wanted to show these. I pulled these out. If you took time to look at them, it's just a kind of a large kind of cross-section of our economy. Nationally, what's going on that's impacting people all across the country, not just in Houston. So if we look at some of the challenges and try to break them down a little bit, the government says COVID is over, so we'll live with that and we'll move on. They canceled it a little bit early in April instead of waiting until May as they had planned. Inflation continues to slow down a little bit, but not slow enough. They're working on that. The digital divide is still there for our college, particularly being an MSI. The HERF funding on the online studio will help with that. The digital divide libraries will also support that. And then some of the online college initiatives with the recordings will help that as well. As we look at the next bullet, the 224 HERF, revenue for support of lost tuition, fees, lease income, food, vending, sales, commissions, all that. That all stops. Just a reminder, that is June 30th. That's all over, so we get none. And we haven't got much this year. The only thing we recovered in 23, and the only thing we really expected to recover in 23 is the $4.9 million that we are shortfall for state appropriations. And so that's on schedule. And that will be our last recovery, but we're still spending our project money. And whatever we have left will still go to financial aid for the students to have. And then you move to the capital projects. We'll talk about those in a little more detail as I go through those. Awaiting HCAD notifications. Last year we had a little problem with HCAD in terms of the timing, where they gave us a kind of surprise increase in what they had after we had already approved the budget. I'm glad it wasn't the opposite of that, but it does still something that we have to deal with. And then working with staff and positions and keeping the hiring chill in place and trying to create a balance of ratio of need versus the students that we have. The last bullet, working hard the last 3 years, budget but vacant positions. You see the reductions there in 2022. We took out $4.4 million, 23, $4 million, and this year we're recommending to take out $4 million more. And those are positions that are vacant. They are continue to be budgeted. And then some in the earlier years in 22 were very aged, and they got less and less. So now we're very current up to about a year's age. Enrollment and tuition and fees, you heard Shantae, what we have baked into this budget is 2.5%. That was using a number that we got from Huron and from Shantae, and that's the revenue that we put in there for tuition and fees. College mission is part of that. Not everything we do is profitable, so we have to make enough money on some of the other ones to make money to continue the ones that aren't profitable that we have to do for our community needs. Talking about several things as through 23 fiscal year end, and then also as we work going to fiscal 24. For example, looking at class sections and size, those are still a hangover from COVID, where we have a lot of classes that are not very large, and so those are very inefficient to teach. Then you look at campuses. We have some campuses that have very low enrollment in terms of students on campus, and part of that's related to COVID as well. And I'll talk more about that in a moment. Student distance impact. We can't ask students to drive all over the city to go to various classes. And then creating centers of excellence program at less populated campuses and working on that. Another thing to keep in our market that looks different is HISD and what's going to happen with them. And so we're anxiously waiting to see that. Probably delay some of our decisions. The newer campuses, as I mentioned, with COVID coming in, you don't build a new campus and expect it to be fully occupied on year one. You expect typically in a pro forma to see 5 years out or 6 years out. So some of the newer campuses that were opened late in the 2013 capital project, they missed out on 3 years of maturation and growth. And so we have to look at that, and we have to look at the causes for that and how we can make that better. And a big team is working on that. Also the pandemic, we're still operating 100%, 7 days a week, 20 hours a day. And so we looked at, is that realistic? Is it effective? Is there any opportunities to reduce some of our operating expenses? And then lastly, this goes back to 2019, which is pre-COVID, was the facility use report that was done for the board and for the college. And we looked at that, and at that time, about 50% of our space was not being used across the system. Some campuses use more, some campuses use less, but generally on average, and with COVID, it's probably a little higher than that. More aggressive approach to deferred maintenance. We're still not investing enough in that for our liabilities. Really not looking to have any more debt issued for that. I want to try to solve that internally, and there's ways of doing that. If you look at the money that we get, or $8 or $10 million a year to work towards that. But also, as we look at the end of that sentence, bullet point number 2, like the Automotive Technology Center, Fox Lake, the Retail Center, those are reducing big buckets of what we have on the list of deferred maintenance. And as we sell those or get rid of them, we don't have that operation on our books anymore to carry. So that is another way of doing it instead of just paying money to do it. I also want to talk about the progress we've made. We've had about $40 million approved. I think we're about $30 million into that. A lot of projects have been done, but there's still so much to do. And just to give you one example, the truck driving school is very popular today. It's being used a lot. It's $2.5 million just to resurface what we consider to be an unsafe parking area and somewhere where they do their test track. And so that's being done, but $2.5 million of our deferred maintenance goes there. So there's no shortage of needs. Something else we're looking at is the decline in debt as a positive long-term initiative to continue, that we would not favoring any more debt at all. An analysis that we looked at this year was exemptions. We realized that we still see home prices continuing to go up or stay at where they were. You read about sales decreasing, but you really don't see any pricing going down. So we're looking at the people that are seeing their house go up, and yet the tax revenues continues to go up. And so we're studying this. We'll bring forward the recommendation at the next board meeting. And then also looking at both the homestead and the over 65. And I've got a chart that I will show you on that in just a moment. And then we look at the HCAD base, valuation again for 24. If you've received your tax letter in the mail, about the 23 is probably higher than it was in 22. But I will tell you that I read an article a week ago. If you know where San Felipe Plaza was, here's an example. That's a big taxable asset on our tax base. It was on the tax rolls for $219 million. The buyer bought it in 2008 for $150 million. They sold it for $102 million 2 weeks ago. So that shows you that we're still seeing tremendous vacancy in our office buildings, average of 25%. Part of downtown is 35 to 40%. Greens Point's over 60%. All of that's coming in, and if you're a credit tenant, and that means if you have money that the landlord can go after, you can't walk away from your lease. But once that starts to happen and their leases are up, they're going to take smaller space. They're going to move to a different building. And the work for home program has not been really, no magic bullet that I've seen show up around the country for that. And then also no tuition increases for the students, as I mentioned earlier. We're baking that into this budget as well. Strategic plan priorities, you see as we go there, we try to meet all of those. So you look at all 6 of those initiatives. This is not just for the students, it's community, it's for the business. All we do is for the students, bringing them forward. So state appropriations, there's been a lot of discussion about that. It's been a lot of information delivered to our office as we go through that. And if you look at the bottom line, just to cut to the choice of that, the yellow highlighted area for fiscal year 24 that we're working on the budget right now, we're going to see an increase of $9.926 million, and you split that by 2 because it's a biennium. So that'll be about $4.5 million a year. That's an estimate. It may be a little bit higher. It could possibly be a little bit lower. They haven't voted on it yet. But just a reminder that we used to have $68 million a year in state appropriations. So this will make up what we had 4 years ago. So this is not going to give us an extra jolt to our money. Well, this is not a great freebie from the state appropriations. We're increasing our tuition and fees. You'll see that in just a minute on the chart. Also, looking at our urban peers, you look at large urban peers, which HCC is. I'm not really focused too much on the other 45 schools that are across the state of Texas that don't compare with us. But if you look at HCC, we're the golden color on the left chart. Our tuition rate is $1,020 per SCH for 12 hours. And you look at the top, like Alamo at $1,250, Lone Star at $1,152. Austin Community is tied with us, and there's 2 below us. So we're about 20% higher than the lowest ones and about 20% lower than the most expensive ones. And so that probably works pretty well for us. Yet, we do all that we do, and you look at the property tax rate on the right-hand side, we're in gold again at 0.0955%, and we're the lowest tax rate of this group of large urban peers. There are, I think, 3 or 4 that are somewhere in the state. They're a little bit lower than us, but they really don't compare with us. And so I just point that out because we do acknowledge that we do get more tax revenue coming in. There's no doubt about that, but the tax rate that we're charging has not been overly charged. Also this is the impact of what I said, we were talking about the potential exemptions. If you look at the top box, the gold line, that is Houston Community College proposed homestead exemption at 16%. The green line, it shows where we are now at 15%. So it's 1% or $7,500 or $5,000, but it makes a difference. If you look down at the bottom line on the gold line and you go to the far right, so if someone owns a $50,000 home or $150,000 homes, just with these 2 exemptions, they no longer pay any taxes, that even though we have the revenue that we have coming in. Once the people get into the $250,000 home range, they're seeing a decrease in what they're paying. And we're trying to live within our budget. And as of today, we're not recommending any tax increase in terms of revenue. So again, I talked a little bit earlier about the sales fell 30% a year over year for January. But again, the prices are seeming to hold fairly steady. The single-family home price bands, again, the prices, no matter what the price, are still holding pretty steady. The Fed's forecasted to raise again the rates. They're still not seeing enough cooling off of the economy yet. We still may see a slight recession, although everybody that you read about, most of them say it will be short and swift and perhaps painless. But if it doesn't work out that way, we have to be ready to respond to that. Talked about the vacancy rates in the greater Houston market, which are some of the bigger taxpayers. And then talking about the defaults and then inflation. This slide I used last month just to remind you how we're explaining our fund balance. We've got 180 days, 314 days is where we were sitting. and how that breaks out and where that money comes from. And this is to show you that too, that we're going to, and I show you in a minute, we're going to try to spend, not always going to the fund balance to spend money, but also that we can fit some of that into our budget. That should be part of our budget that we put together that's balanced. We have some opportunity to put some projects in there and move forward. So looking at the quality and operational efficiency, again, I want to emphasize recruitment and retention. We have to have that. We can't have the turnover. We have to have the people that are good at what they do and care about what they do. We look at loyalty as well, career path advancement, professional development, and cultural support. This is a recommendation right now is where we're sitting and what's baked into the budget. This is what we've talked about at the last two meetings. It's a 4% increase for the faculty. They're the gold line, so that gives them a 4% increase. And then they also were asking for a 3.5% increase on that, and that takes them up to a 17% cumulative from 2019 to 2024. But you'll notice the cumulative for faculty is still 8 points below the CPI index, which is 25.8%. And so that's, something that we'll have to revisit once we know what this new environment looks like, later in this calendar year and early part of next calendar year. If you look at blue, that's
Marshall, can you break that down into what percent falls into what category, so the trustees have a better understanding of comparing what we've done in the past?
Oh, sure. So if you look at the history, back in 2019, and since I've been here, it's typically been a 2% increase every year. And you see that happen in 2019, you see it happen in 2020. In 2021, there was no increase for anyone, so we lost out on a 2%, while inflation, you can see, is beginning to separate and moving up. That's the red line. So in a year that you saw a jump to 5.5%, there was no increase for staff or faculty. And then as you follow the red line, that again, that's a CPI adjustment, and that's what we're tracking at the 25.8%. And if you look at the 4%, 2% of that is a merit increase, and 2% of that is a COLA increase. So 2% is really not even coming close to matching what people are having to spend to run their households and to live, and for them to have a living wage. And that leads to our retention and recruitment and our partnership with our employee strategy. And then we didn't see the difference with the staff. We value our faculty. We want to make sure that we have the best faculty we can. They're hard to replace, just like our staff is. And then we'll look at, like I said, next year, what this will be. We're not trying to forecast out 2 or 3 years on what compensation will be. We're looking at this year only and thinking about what will happen, because our world could look very different in our environment next year or the year after that. So there's a lot of little things on this one slide. So the multi-year recommendation, again, we're not currently aligned with our urban peers, and I showed you the chart, and I've got another one coming up. There's no recommendation being put forth beyond FY24 at this point. The next meeting, we're going to touch on that a little bit in that meeting. And then next year, budget development, we'll have another 12 months of data to make an adjustment. We have to turn and point correct as the economy changes, as our resources change. Resources, large urban peers, Huron data supports all this. Our McKinsey compensation strategy supports this. This is what we got when we moved. This is their recommendation, and we're following that recommendation. Areas of continued analysis, we're Huron, we went and looked through some of the recruitment, and they did some research for us. We're studying course overloads, course releases, faculty stipends, class size, as I mentioned once before, online courses, and how we make that stronger and better, combinations of overloads, releases, and strategies, and the net value and cost of all of those things that are on that list. And then also I mentioned, again, I'll touch on it, is how often we're open and how much of our facilities are open every day. And then the multi-year compensation approach, we just went through that. And you can see that in FY23, 881 full-time faculty, each 1% value is about $700,000. So you can do the math on that. And faculty to receive, again, is a 3.5%, not a 3% increase. And that's what we'll see in our recommendation on the next budget meeting for. Comp for staff, and then also in that is a $1.5 million to align positions. We have a lot of positions that have fallen out, both in faculty and in staff, where we're out of step, and we're trying to align people so that we have fair and equitable payment. And you don't have a director that has a new employee come in that makes more than that director does who's been here 12 years. And so we're working on that, and that is paying off for us this year. We've been working with that. And then recent continuous examples of validation, you can look at some of our vacancies and how hard it's been to recruit for certain positions. And our offers, our interest have declined. People have turned down some of our offers that we thought were good candidates. Again, working on the responses, everybody pivoted. We did a really great job of moving from normal world to COVID and now moving back. We want to work through the compensation for both faculty and staff. And you can see that outlined there a little bit by bullet points. The 9 variables are above are integral to the comprehensive model that we have. So it's not just salary. We have to look at all these things, and benefits are included in that as well. And we're studying a lot about, with Izzy and her team, we're looking at benefit options and benefit opportunities to offer that don't cost $1 for $1, but it's something else that we can do for our employees. And then the faculty's commitment to provide instructional quality, and then the staff and leadership. This was a poll from TACBO, from all the community college CFOs. And I just want to point out before you look at the numbers here too long that the only options here, and it's in a sub-bullet below that, were 5% or more, 3 to 4%, 1 to 2%, or no raise. And so again, I just pulled out our large urban peers. So we're following all the recommendations of our consultants. We're following our data that we internally look at, and we've worked with Huron, we've worked with the consultant. But now here's what all of our other colleges that are urban, large colleges are doing. And the 3 to 4%, you didn't have a choice to say 3. You didn't have a choice to say 4. You had to pick 3 or 4. That was the poll rule. So there seemed to be a lot of discussion around the 4 versus the 3 to 4.
Marshall, if I would interrupt, one of the things that's not included here is what other colleges, what our peers did in prior years. This is just a snapshot of this year based on the survey from the chief business officers for the 50 colleges, correct?
That is correct, and that's a good point, Chancellor. So something you normally haven't seen in a lot of the budgets in the past is actually paying for a lot of the initiatives out of the operating budget and not looking to get dip into the fund balance or pull the money from somewhere else. So these are included in our budget that you're going to see at the end of this presentation, but these are required. These are things that we have to do. I'll start at the bottom. These are the defibrillators we have around the system. There's hundreds of them. Those have to be done monthly and tested. You can't have them on the wall and have them the battery dead in them. Environmental health and safety audit inspections. We have a lot of fume hoods, especially in our labs, that in our deferred maintenance program, we're taking care of a lot of those, but they do also have to be inspected now. And then the virtual student service, Shantae's area, insurance premiums, the insurance group with risk management, Ashley and Bob McCracken have done a great job. I'll just remind you that this fiscal year, they only went up $50,000 on our premiums, which was incredibly low. This is a result of all the damage that we've seen from natural disasters and the cost of insurance going up generally. And then we have a contractual obligation for our housekeeping contract for a 2% annual increase in their contract, and then state compliance with emergency operations resiliency planning. So these are the ones that we have to do. So that's $1,719,000 we've had to add to the budget that we're covering. And then these are also included in this budget that we're showing you today, but new specific operational expenditures. I won't read all those to you, but the CRM team, establishing transfer centers, portfolio management, good job strategy, the NASD, institutional accreditation. That list was voted on and approved for here, and that totals $3.124 million. And we actually went to the Chancellor's Executive Council. We had multiple meetings on this. We started out with a list of probably 50 projects. Everybody has endless, amount of ability to dream up and come up with really good, solid projects. These are the best of the best. As we've had in this very room in these meetings, talked about things we need to do over at Coleman and the School of Nursing and Medical Medicine. So you got the Dean of Nursing at the top, the Simulation Center Director to be hired, student authentication. Again, you read about all the AI. We have to have better IT protection on that. Online proctoring, ethics, digital literacy, New Katy campus, learning labs, and then the horticultural program. We had a donation to build the capital part of it, but not man that. So I think it's the Bernard. I think it's pronounced it's agricultural and horticultural program. So that's another $1.4 million. And then on these last two lines, also included in the budget, the HCC election fees and district green. You know, that maybe that's not something we have to pay for this, but we're trying to fit it into the budget. And then the site visits in response to the site visits would make our standards correct. And this is something Norma's been working on. So just a kind of a summary of the last 2 years, as I mentioned on this slide, staff reductions in terms of salaries, but not actually terminating anyone, $4 million reduction, $4 million reduction, refunding the bonds, have $4 million savings impact, reduction of part-time staff budgets, $500,000, reduction of supplies and travel budgets, about $500,000, and reduction of utilities, about $1 million. We've been focusing on that as well. So this is the actual template as it sits today, and all the input to this that I just described to you is written along the left margin and all those bullet points. And then the first column that you see inside the gold chart is a fiscal year budgeted, and if you take that down, that takes you, that's a full 12 months. That's not a partial year, so $378 million in total revenue and $378 million in operating expenses, and that's how you get the budget. That's for 23. 23 projection is where we're looking at as of August 31st. That we think we're going to be close. We have a little more intelligence you'll see in the report for the finance report where we are today for January and February. And then in May, you'll see March's report. And then the last column is the budget that I just walked you through. So if you look at state appropriations, we're back up to the $68.5 million from the state. But again, that's us, you know, getting that money from the state now and not getting it from HERF anymore. It's not available to us from HERF, and that brings us back up to where we were. So we're even there. The ad valorem taxes, the $189 million that's in the 23 budget. Just to make this very clear, that's what we approved with the board concurrence on June of last year for the 23 budget. And then about 30 days later, the HCAD said, oops, we undervalued our tax base, and you know, we got that money. And so you'll see that we've collected and forecast about $193 million of tax revenue coming in this year. So that's why we're recommending for 24 budget $206 million. So we'll be able to, at this point, unless they come back, they haven't given us the new tax base information. They won't give it to us till April 30th, and last year they were 2 weeks late. So it's always a hurry for us to try to get good information from them. And you'll see tuition and fees net for the fiscal year 23 budget was $107 million. We're forecasting 108, which is a little bit better than where we are. We know we're going to do better than that because summer's been very strong in terms of enrollment. And then we're looking at a recommended $111 million. So $4 million difference between 23 and 24. And then other local income, I'll point this out to you, and I don't have the numbers totally memorized, but if you remember about a year and 2 months ago or so, we were earning about 0.012 on our huge investments. And now we're up to 4.5%, and that makes a big difference. And so you see here, we have, in the other local income, we had budgeted for 23, $2 million, not knowing 6 months in advance what would happen with the economy or the markets. We're currently projecting $6.7 million. I think we're going to be closer to $8 million. Our budget investments are now very valuable to us again, currently producing about $1.5 million per month versus $12,000 per month during the peak of COVID. So you can see the difference there, and that's why we're able to fit in some of these items to fill in that are new initiatives, as well as not increase tax rates. And then you look at fund balance usage, the only thing there is the deferred maintenance, and then you see zero there for HERF revenue. And that far right-hand column, I'll drop down to the expenses under the second gold line. Salaries, you see the difference between 221 was budgeted and 234. And so that's with the raises that I walked and the comp adjustments I made, described in great detail. You see a little bit of increase in the benefits. Debt, no decrease. I mean, there's no increase there. And then we talked about in those, between those two gray lines or those 4 pages of initiatives, known commitments, the CEC priorities, the new operational, and the one-time, they total about $7.1 million. So if you wanted to talk on the budget and give an elevator speech about this year's 24 proposed budget, you would look at it and say state appropriations are flat for us this year because we were getting the full 68, 22, and 23. So there's no increase there. We hope to get a little bit more ad valorem tax money from the adjustment they made late last year. And then tuition and fees, we're counting on that. And then we're also relying a lot for the first time in 3 years on our investment income. That's very meaningful now. So I'm happy to see that our investments are moving forward. And then HERF, is fading into the sunset, and that's going away. And just to remind the board also, we're still reducing expenses where we can. We're reducing positions where we can without having layoffs and terminations. And so you'll see at the bottom for fiscal 23, you're showing a $14 million surplus. And so that is mostly due, you look at that, about $8 million of that being our investments. And you look at some of that being the tax revenues that HCAD messed up on their estimation of what their tax base would be. And that's how you would explain that. And it will be higher as we move into the year end from what we know as of today. So thank you for your time on that. I know I was talking very quickly. I know I went through it, but you see this each month. And like I said, this is the strongest I've seen HCC in terms of budget without having to go to the citizens or the community for asking for more tax dollars. And we have money to do some initiatives that make our college better. And we're taking care of our deferred maintenance, and we have other ideas about how to make that even stronger too. So thank you.
Thank you, Marshall. Are there any questions? Trustee Wilson?
I think you said occupancy was 50%. Is that based on a 32-hour week?
Yes.
The fund balance were 109 million over our 6-month reserve.
I'll go back and show you the slide so everybody can see it. So this demonstrates where we were. 147 is what's required. As of 19, we had 210. As of 22, we had 256. So you have about 110 million. But I will point out, though, that as the budget has gone up, these numbers will go down because your cost per day to run the institution or the organization is going up. So these numbers will drop when you do the next budget report at year end.
Because you're going to do half a year on 398?
No, these are not calendar years. These are fiscal years, but your costs are going up. So, you've got 3 years of compensation. You've got 3 years of inflation. 25% inflation that you saw by CPI affects a lot of our operating expenses. And then you put the compensation in there that makes up the difference. So I think I calculated it last night. With the current budget, we would be at $109 million, and it would be $1,009,000 per day. And so if you divide the total budget by 365, that gives you your number.
In our budget, you're proposing or recommended is 398?
Yes, sir. Again, we're not recommending it today. We're here to get feedback. We're here to listen to what the trustees have to say.
Well, this is a preliminary number that's out there.
Yes, sir. And there will be some adjustments that we recommend, but we're mostly here to listen to what you guys have to say and what we're trying to share with you.
So we've come in about 6 million under our budget from this 378 to 373, and we've got more revenue from the interest. And so we're going to be a total of 14 million over our budget. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes, sir.
If
Bottom
I-
of the,
If I, Madam Chair. Yeah, Trustee Wilson, next month, we plan to bring some budget amendments to use the current excess to fund, to do a one-time on several projects, on some technology projects, on, the board knows about the website and some of the other things we're working on. So we hope to, through those budget amendments, reduce the amount that would normally go to fund balance. We still expect some to go to fund balance, but not as large a number as you could calculate out today. We'll have a better idea next month whether the board adopts our recommendations or not.
I got you. What I'd like to recommend to the administration is bring some amendments to scholarships for the healthcare facilities. I'd like to see something happen in that area. Also, I guess my final question here, that's a pretty healthy, we're getting 4.5% interest, you said?
on our latest purchase, yes, sir.
Okay. What are bonds? What are we paying for bonds if we go to the market? I would like to still get back to, we're faced with that $30 million note on the Katy campus, and this board needs to make a decision on whether to go out and buy bonds or to pay for that out of the $109 million excess in our fund balance. What makes the best financial sense for this institution and would, over 30 years, would save us the most money? So I'd like to have you look into that also.
Okay.
That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Trustee Glazer.
I will run away behind, so I'll make it quick. I see your presentation on what you're proposing for the increase in the senior and the disabled and the homestead exemptions. I would ask that you look at that a little bit more and see if we can put a little bit more money in the pockets of the folks that most need it. And I'd appreciate that. And your budget, we talk about tax rates, but at the end of the day, we're emergency services districts and community colleges, the two entities in the state that are allowed to go up 8% year over year on revenue. Everybody else is 3.5%. And it always ends up, however these reports come out, we take the maximum. And in fact, you talked about raising rates. In fact, last year, we had to lower the rate because our tax base went up so much. We had to lower our tax rate to so that we did not go over the 8% increase. And I see that probably coming close to happening again this year. But I mean, I hear about your vacancy rates in the commercial properties, but I see a lot of other properties going up that are adding to the base. We're growing. We have a low unemployment rate, and there's a lot of housing going up. And at the value of that housing, if people look at their tax assessments for the upcoming year, they did not go down. So I hope that we can, and that being said, I hope that we can address some of those increases in values that people are experiencing with an offset in the exemptions that we offer them.
Just to give you an idea, I think that for each of those exemption adjustments that we showed today,
yes,
is about $1 million reduction in what we receive, and so
that's correct.
You know, it's a kind of double-edged sword. You know, you take.
Well, actually, it kind of isn't, because if we get those, if we had increased those exemptions before, we wouldn't have had to reduce our tax rate, and we would have got the same amount of money anyway.
Yeah, that part is right.
So that's the part I want to say, is we can save homeowners money. It won't cost us any money. We're under the 8% cap anyway. So we reduced our rate last year. So I don't see that trend changing. So I think we can hopefully be a little more assertive on offering exemptions for our homeowners and the folks that can least afford to pay the tax bill, the seniors and disabled. And we'll still get the same amount of money anyway.
Noted.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Trustee Laredo.
I don't have a question. I just have, the comment is that I want to thank the Chancellor and you, Marshall, for keeping us not in the red, but in the black, that we have extra. And that, just so that in looking at our budget, see where we can put the money, where we didn't put it last time, in the faculty, staff. And so let's give them a little boost, because I know as a retired teacher, we're upset that they're not giving us anything up there in the state, and we haven't gotten anything in many, many years. So I know that our faculty and staff always look forward to that little bit of extra to help them overcome all the difficulties that they have throughout the year. So that's the area that I like for us to look at too. Thank you.
Appreciate the comment.
And the students too. We really did well with the HERF. And I was just looking if there's anything left over from the HERF before the deadline, let's give it to the students.
We will. They're probably, using the information I know today, where we are on all the projects, we're probably still going to have another $4 or $5 million left that we can't spend in time. And so it's not going to go to waste. We'll give it to the students.
Right. Thank you.
Trustees, I just want to make a comment. If you could think of anything, any other questions or any other information you may need regarding the budget, please either send it through board services to Marshall or have the questions prepared for our next meeting. So, by the time we get to the point of approving a budget, we won't be confused and still having questions. We want to have all that ironed out by the time we get to the point of approval. Okay? All right.
Thank you.
All right. We will now move to item F, report on 2022 trustee annual training on governance, ethics, finance, and Title IX. This is a report item. No action is required. Melissa Mahalik, Board Counsel, will introduce the item.
Hi, trustees. This is just a reminder that April 30th is the deadline to submit the certification indicating that you have completed your annual training. You should have all received the video links and the materials for self-study. If you have questions about the training, you can ask those of me now or submit those to me via email. I know Trustee Vanderbilt-Stallworth has already done that, and we're working to get you responses to those questions. If anybody else has questions, please feel free to let me know, and I'll coordinate with the presenters if it's not on one of my topics, and we'll get you answers to those questions.
Okay.
Just a brief comment on the agenda item on the last bullet. The year should be 2023. There's a typo on that item. Thank you.
Meeting will now adjourn. No? Guys, I'm in pain. Okay. The meeting will adjourn
At 5:00 p.m.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. I can hear my voice.
Hey, sweetie, so how was school? Yeah? So tell me how the day went. Did you take your book and all of that good
Good afternoon, everyone. This regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Houston Community College will now come to order on April 19th, 2023 at
5:13 p.m.
Thank you, Sharon. This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. At this time, please join Dr. Reagan Flowers for the prayer followed by the pledge. Dr. Flowers?
Let's go to God in silence. Amen. I guess we'll now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Flag of the United States of America.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Dr. Flowers. We are now ready to approve the minutes from the Academic Student Affairs Committee, Audit Committee, External Relations Committee, and Marketing Committee meetings from February 1st, 2023, special meeting on February 9th, 2023, Committee of the Whole, regular, special, and board workshop and special public hearing meetings on February 15th, and special meeting on March 1st, 2023. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for February and March 2023?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Are there any corrections to the minutes?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Trustee Flowers?
If my name could be spelled correctly on the pages that need correcting.
Correction noted.
Thank you. We're now ready to vote on the approval of the minutes for February and March. Voting is now open. Board members, please cast your vote.
Approve, Sharon.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Sharon. We will now move to our awards, presentations, and recognitions. Todd Duplantis will introduce the awards, presentations, and recognitions.
Good afternoon. Every year, the National Institute for Staff and Organizational Development, known as NISOD, recognizes leading faculty members for excellence in teaching. It is my immense pleasure to announce HCC's 2023 NISOD Excellence Award winners. These outstanding faculty members exemplify professionalism and passion in driving our students' success. The NISOD Excellence Awards were established in 1991 to provide NISOD member colleagues with an opportunity to recognize individuals doing extraordinary work on their campuses. Would the following NISOD award winners please join the trustees and chancellor in front of the dais for the recognition? Dr. Alyssa DeJong, Professor of Aesthetics. Amy Dapiralala, Professor Communications. Dr. Lauren Kerr-Harali, Professor History. Jaron Mayer, Professor Art History. Dr. Jing Sun, Professor Chemistry. The award winners will be recognized at NISOD's annual International Conference on Teaching and Leadership Excellence in May. Please join me in celebrating their success and many contributions to HCC. Trustees and Chancellor, please, if you would, please come in front of the dais. All right. Congratulations once again to all of you. Trustees and Chancellor, please remain in front of the dais for the remaining recognitions. All right, at this time, we'd like to recognize our student success stories for April 2023. We now invite the following students to come forward for a photo with the trustees and chancellor as our student success stories for April. Abram Doss from Southwest College will be followed by Central College student Carlos Mendoza. Also joining for the recognition is Drs. Mudassir Siddiqui, president for Central College, and Madeline Barillo Hopkins, vice chancellor for Workforce and Southwest College president. Here's one of our students. All right. At this time, we now welcome to the podium Dr. Madeline Barillo Hopkins, who will introduce the student success story for Abram Doss, followed by Dr. Mudassir Siddiqui to introduce the student success story of Carlos Mendoza.
Thank you, Todd. Good evening, Chancellor, Madam Chair, Trustees. It is my pleasure to share with you the story of Abraham Doss. Abraham Doss from HCC Southwest College attributes his success to the help that HCC Career for You Academy offered him. Through the HCC Adult Education and Literacy Program, he received grants from the Workforce Solutions. This helped him acquire his apprenticeship. He says he did not have to worry about finances while getting an education, which made it easier for him to focus on his studies. He also emphasized that the moral support he received from his friends and the HCC faculty kept him going when he faced many difficulties. He appreciates the opportunities that Houston Community College gave him to become successful as a phlebotomist. Here is his story.
I have always been interested in medicine. My family, unfortunately, didn't have the financial gain for a career in it. So when Career for You offered a grant to be able to do this amazing opportunity, I immediately took it. As for phlebotomy, I picked it because I want something that interests me. My friends have always been pushing me to continue living. It's been very difficult throughout my life dealing with both depression and anxiety because they're like a 1-2 combo. I normally have to push myself a lot to get out and do things, and even my jobs in the past have never really fulfilled me. And when I found a solution that would help relieve some of my symptoms, I went for it. But I was mostly encouraged by my friends. They were like, do this. Like, even if you fail at it, it's better than sitting in your room, depressed, suicidal. It's worth a shot. And so I did it. It wasn't easy. I had multiple times where I wanted to just tell Miss Connie, thank you for your time, but I can't do this. During my time at HCC, I had anxiety and depression, and while it didn't cure me magically, I do feel better in some aspects. I have a apprenticeship that I'm very grateful for. I have a goal to continue in the medical field, and I honestly found out because of my anxiety how it pushes me down and tells me that you have to be the best. Look at all of these people, they know what they're doing. I saw my peers, they were just as confused as me at the start. They did not know what needles to use, what tubes to use, and it helped me a lot to realize, hey, everyone's starting at the same. Some of them might know a little bit more medical knowledge, some of them might not know any medical knowledge. The teachers here are helping us get to where we're supposed to be. I've gotten a grant from Workforce Solutions, which is connected to HCC through the adult education program. The grant did help me with my anxiety. I was not pressured to rush and make as much money as possible. I was able to pay my own bills, able to get through my education in a quick and comfortable manner compared to what it would have been. HCC has helped me a lot in my depression and anxiety, in the sense that it's given me a pathway forward into a future that is hopeful.
Trustee and Chancellor, I have another story of success. Houston Community College is known for helping people get started chasing and reaching their dreams and passions. Carlos Mendoza, a recent Central College Studio Arts graduate, echoes that sentiment. His natural artistic talent was kindled by the professional faculty at HCC, who also gave him opportunity not easily available for startup artists. With their help, Carlos was commissioned to create a mural for the Houston Astros commemorative mural wall. He now says he's looking forward to giving back to the community by teaching others, art students. He says he won't stop until he gets at least a master's degree in fine arts. His future is bright as he lives his professional dream, and here is his story.
I think I've been inspired with art my whole life, but after COVID happened, kind of was a reality check that not everything was for certain. So I thought, why don't I just chase my passion, which is certain? And I decided to enroll in HCC's studio program of arts. The instruction at HCC was very inspiring. I had very good professors. My painting professor, Melinda Lesinski, and Professor Serge, my drawing professor. They really saw my art as more than just a simple drawing and pushed me to perceive it even more. And they helped me out with opportunities with Project Row House. They also helped me out with opportunities with the Astros. And if it wouldn't have been for them taking time to look at my work and appreciate it, then I wouldn't have never landed those opportunities. Professor Melinda, I met her in my online class, and she saw that I did a good job with one of the paintings there, and saw how realistic I brought those figures out there. She told me, hey, you know, why don't you give it a shot here with the Astros? So she told me about that opportunity. 2 days later, I got an email from one of the people at the marketing place there, and they told me, hey, we'll take you in, show us your work, and yeah, I got to do that. The end game is to take all the knowledge that I acquired over this time and give it back to the community. I do want to teach, so I know that I will require a master down the line. But I know that I gave a lot to the community when I got my associates, so I could just imagine how much I can give when I get a bachelor's, and then so on forth. I hope I can give back to students and help students like the professors here help me. think if you're willing to put in the work and you're willing to show up, HCC is a great place to get you started with chasing your dreams, chasing your passion, and I am an example of that. And hopefully we can continue to give back to the community just like HCC gave back to me.
April is recognized as Diversity Month, and we now take this opportunity to invite to the podium Dr. Darren Baskin, Interim DEI Officer for the Diversity Month recognition.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes,
before
Dr. Flowers.
you get started, I just want to congratulate that student once again. The work is incredible, and I believe that everyone's an artist and engineer. It's a little bit of that in each and every one of us, and I am just so impressed with your work and what I can see on screen, and so I can only imagine how impressed I would be seeing it in person. So a very bright future ahead of you.
Well said, Dr. Flowers.
So, good evening, Chancellor, Madam Chair, and trustees. It is my honor to be up here to present to you our recognition of Celebrate Diversity Month. In the United States, there are a number of celebrations held each month to acknowledge various historic events and figures from ethnic and marginalized groups. These celebrations serve as an opportunity to educate others on the contributions of our various individual and communities that have given us history here in the United States. With that, we will highlight Celebrate Diversity Month. Celebrate Diversity Month takes place in the month of April every year. It was initiated in 2004 following a campaign led by two American diversity organizations and consulting firms known as Pro Group Inc. and Diversity Best Practices. The goals of the celebration was to recognize and honor the diversity of the world that surrounds us. Diversity is crucial in ensuring that we understand each other in deeper ways that help keep us humble and open to the fact that the world does not simply revolve around us. It can help develop us into becoming better people. It also helps us to increase our awareness of the human nature. The importance of diversity itself can benefit us in aspects of all of our lives. By appreciating our similarities and differences, to Celebrate Diversity Month aims to get people to foster a deeper understanding of others, regardless of who they are and what they are or how they live. It is also an important opportunity to increase diversity in the workplace and in academic fields. A lot of people believe that the root of a lot of the problems that we have here in the U.S. is because we don't appreciate what others offer each other. It is natural for humans to fear what they don't know. Thus, Celebrate Diversity Month pushes us to seek this knowledge so that we can build a more tolerant world that welcomes everyone no matter who they are. At HCC, one of our strategic priorities is diversity and equity, which we typically represent really well. And just to give you guys some information, currently at HCC, we have representation between our faculty and staff from 124 countries. Out of, can you believe this, 194 countries in the world. So we can safely say that we are diverse in that nature. We also have students that represent every continent of this entire planet except for Antarctica. So that is good to know. And if you know someone in Antarctica, please let us know so we can invite them. Our students communicate in various languages and celebrate different religions. We at HCC, we applaud that and we appreciate what the students bring to Celebrate Diversity Month. The Houston Community College District, in support of Celebrate Diversity Month, will be offering multiple opportunities to show that we are who we say we are, not just through our words and our actions, but also through what we represent as a college.
There are multiple celebrations that are taking place. There are some student organizations that are hosting events that celebrate diversity, as well as the college itself. We're going to offer a Student Success Summit that's going to be held on Monday, April 24th and April 25th, which is just around the corner at the West Houston Institute, where we will celebrate the accomplishments of Houston Community College and our response to diversity, equity, and inclusion. What I will say is that as a ex-faculty member, a current faculty member, and being at the organization for over 18 years, I can say that throughout my entire trajectory here at the college, I have seen so much change as it relates to getting a better understanding of who we are, who we want to be, and who we represent. So I want to applaud the college for that. So we are moving in the right direction. So I give you guys three challenges when I leave. Please take some time this month to make a new friend from a different culture, someone that you haven't met before. Go out and experience a new culture, because there are a lot of events happening around the city, and also show someone your culture. The best way to do that, I have found out, is through food. So if anybody wants to take me to an Indian restaurant, a Chinese restaurant, a Spanish restaurant, I'm there. We can go. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Baskin.
Thank you once again, Dr. Baskin. Madam Chair, this concludes the awards and recognitions.
Thank you, Todd. April is National Community College Month, and it provides an opportunity to recognize the essential role colleges play in higher education, as well as the community. According to the Association of Community College Trustees, Community College Month is a great opportunity to get the word out about why community colleges matter, how we are serving the community's needs, and why public support for our college is more important than ever. We take this opportunity to recognize the great work that we are doing as Houston Community College in serving our students and communities for more than 50 years. We express thank you to the Chancellor, administrators, faculty, and staff for your efforts in meeting the needs of our students and communities. We also want to express appreciation to the HCC Board of Trustees for giving so much of your time and dedication to carrying out the mission and vision of the college. The board's executive committee thought it would be befitting to take this time to recognize your tireless efforts and commitment to your position as governing body for the college. At this time, I would like to ask Trustee Laredo, Board Secretary and Dean of the Board, to present the certificate of appreciation to each trustee as an expression of appreciation for all that you do in service for the college, students, and communities we represent. Trustee Laredo? Okay. I'm looking at, okay, who are we starting with? You want me to? I don't know. Trustee Robert Glazer, HCC Trustee, District 5. Do you want to take your picture? Trustee Dave Wilson, HCC Trustee, District 6. Yeah, we might as well go. Dr. Preta Vanderbilt Stallworth, HCC Trustee, District 9. Trustee Monica Flores Reichart, HCC Trustee, District 1. That's me. Trustee Charlene Ward Johnson, who's joining us via video conference. HCC Trustee, District 2. Dr. Reagan Flowers, HCC Trustee, District 4. Dr. Adriana Tamez, HCC District 3. And Dr. Eva Laredo, HCC Trustee, District 8. Dr. Cynthia Linton-Gary, our board chair, who isn't able to be with us today. Thank you so much, trustees. Thank you, Trustee Laredo. We will now open the floor for trustees to provide information regarding activities in their respective districts, an overview from conferences or workshops attended, and/or to recognize individuals for outstanding contributions in the community that promote education and community service. We ask trustees to limit their respective comments to no more than 4 minutes. Any comments from my fellow trustees?
I'll start. I just want to thank the CCHTT Community College Association of Texas Trustees, finally remembered that, for allowing me to serve on the legislative committee and the committee that established our new funding formula, House Bill 8, which was approved with one dissenter. And that is like an impossible thing that happens in the State House. So we will see new funding. And I just want to say that was an amazing time to participate, to really work together with the Texas legislature so that we can get new funding formulas and finally get the funding we deserve. For as hard as we work, we were always the fiscal stepchildren in the higher education system in the state of Texas. So thank you for that, and thank my two presidents for the work that they've done on both halves of the district and increasing dual credit enrollment for the high schools and really working with those principals to increase the awareness about Houston Community College and actually going out into the community, to the organization meetings and promoting the college. Chancellor, they did an amazing job, so thank you.
Thank you, trustee. Any other comments from any of my fellow trustees? Trustee Laredo?
I just want to say thank you to the community for just supporting HCC, and let's keep on going. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Thank you, trustee. Trustee Tamez?
I do, and as I always take this opportunity to thank all of our presidents, all of our faculty and staff, starting with Dr. Maldonado and everyone for all that you do day in, day out. I do want to announce there's an event happening at HCC Central who is hosting, along with a community partner, a mental health expo. And it's on May 6th from 10 to 1. I'm sure Dr. Siddiqui, thank you, Dr. Siddiqui, for working to bring these opportunities to our students first, and faculty and staff first and foremost. But I'm hoping and I'm sure that Dr. Siddiqui will send this to all of the presidents. We need to get this information out. This is an incredible opportunity for everyone to go and enjoy a day of some mental health, holistic care, if you will. So it'll be an exciting day on May 6th, which is a Saturday, again from 10 to 1. So thank you.
Thank you, trustee. Trustee Flowers?
Kudos to everyone for just the continued leadership and focus and keeping this college system moving forward. And I always tell everyone we have tremendous talent here, so I never fear, I'm never in concern about us being able to move forward and just have greater vision for the future of Houston Community College. And just like to acknowledge the great work that's happening over at the Health Science College with Dr. Nicotera, doing outstanding work. And one of the things that I focused on understanding this month was the amount of revenue that he's been able to generate for the college over this last 8 months. And it's quite impressive through partnerships, great partnerships for our students, tremendous opportunities, well over $350,000 in revenue. And so I say kudos to the whole team over there who makes it possible in growing the partnerships and opportunities for our students. We wouldn't be anywhere without it. So thank you to all of you, and continue great work.
Thank you, trustee. Anyone else? Okay, I'll move on to the board meeting schedule. We have the following upcoming meetings. Board retreat on April 21st at 11 a.m. at the Hilton Post Oak, 2001 Post Oak Boulevard in Houston, Texas. Committee meetings on May 3rd, times to be determined. Committee of the whole meeting May 3rd at 4 p.m. Special meeting, board workshop May 17th at 2 p.m. and regular meeting May 17th at 4 p.m. The meetings will be posted according to the Open Meetings Act requirements. This concludes the chairman's report. We will now receive the chancellor's report. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, my report, data point report or focus on data this month is some outcomes-based data points. So the last meeting, we passed a resolution in favor of outcomes-based funding. One of the outcomes that is under consideration is transfer to a four-year university institution with students holding at least 15 credit hours. We know the majority of our students hope to transfer, and this shares with you some data of what that trend looks like. Here we're looking at a subset of our transfers, those who transferred with 15 hours, in the years subsequent to their HCC enrollment. We can see this number has increased since 2015, and it's held steady even during the pandemic as enrollment went down and transfers declined nationwide. Now, this success is in part due to the pathways work that you've heard so much about in the last couple of semesters. In fact, early next week, we'll have a site visit by our Achieve the Dream coaches to discuss our ongoing work in this area and next steps to continue our progress in student achievement. So that's the data point for the month. And here you'll see that same information broken out by ethnicity. And you see that we're holding constant or increasing overall. So there is a little shifting of the demographic groups as we go from 2019 to 2022, but amazingly, we've been able to hold on to those numbers and keep that student flow, which is going to universities, which is going to turn in the new funding model to significant revenue for us, particularly when you consider the fact that 45% of our students come from poverty, and those numbers will be supported in supplemental funding coming from the state. On April 12th, nearly 300 business leaders joined us for the State of the College. The presentation and panel discussions focused on embracing Houston's future through visionary workforce development and academic rigor. And I want to express my gratitude to the Board of Trustees, the Houston Community College Foundation Board, for supporting this very successful event. I'm pleased to share that Houston Community College's Office of Entrepreneurial Initiatives was selected as one of 5 finalists in the Triple E Awards competition. This is an excellence award in higher education in the Community Engagement of the Year category. The Accreditation Council for Entrepreneurial and Engagement Universities will be announcing the recipient of this prestigious award on June 26th of this year. The Office of Entrepreneurial Initiatives is making a difference in building equity and parity across our service area. The college's 10, yes. The college's 10 signature entrepreneurial programs have made a focused, energetic, and deep commitment to change the diversity landscape, one minority business owner at a time, one women-owned business at a time, and one success story at a time. It's not an overnight achievement, but one that is rooted in building strong business skills, providing access to funding, access to robust contracts, and introduction to networking with the business community, all targeted to building wealth for minority-owned businesses. I value the work of Dr. Kurt Ewan, Dr. Maya DeNovo, AVC for entrepreneurship. Congratulations to Houston Community College for being named a finalist, and stay tuned for more success in this area. Please mark your calendars for the 2024 HCC Foundation Gala honoring Dr. Ruth Simmons that will be held on April 20th, 2024 at the Hilton Americas. The theme will be Houston Community College, where dreams take flight, celebrating the power of education. Funds raised at the 2024 Gala will support areas of greatest need on behalf of HCC student success. Please plan to join us there. The items you see on this slide are a snapshot of what's coming in May at our meetings. We'll get an update on the Resiliency Center of Excellence and the Operations Center, the ROC, spring commencement update, a report on the FY24 budget development, budget board workshop. We hope to make progress and answer the board questions at that time, at that meeting. A report on the 88th Texas Legislative Session update, and a report on our new marketing campaign that we'll be laying out in the marketing committee meeting early in the month. So that is my report. At this time, Madam Chair, I invite United Student Council President Sarah El Hoderi to the podium to provide the USC report.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Trustees, Chancellor Maldonado, respected faculty and staff. I'm glad to be reporting the United Student Council report to you. Today, I will be speaking on the following items: USC General Assembly, USC Healthy Recipe Book, USC at the Artificial Intelligence Conference and Cultural Fair, and finally, the Finance Day. The last USC General Assembly for the spring semester was held on Monday, April 3rd. During the meeting, the 6 student government associations provided us with their monthly progress report and accomplishments during the semester. On March 23rd, a nutrition fair was held at the Northline campus. USC is always dedicated to helping spread health awareness among the HCC student body. So USC collaborated with Recreational Sports to make a healthy recipe book that was distributed successfully to over 60 students over the period of 2 hours. On March 30th, the Digital Information Technology Department hosted their second annual Artificial Intelligence Conference, and at the conference was hugely student-led by the Computer Science Association officers and advisors. USC showed support to the student-organized conference by assisting with promotion and by holding a tabling session at the conference showcasing USC activity throughout the semester to the students. Also, we were glad to have the Chancellor attend the conference, and I would like to give special thanks to the President of Southwest College, Dr. Barello, and everyone that showed great support for the success of the conference. And for the Finance Day on April 18th, USC collaborated with Southwest SGA and Entrepreneurship and Innovation Club to host a Finance Day. The event promoted the importance of financial literacy awareness with Ms. Rachel Harris as our special speaker. Important topics were discussed, such as strategies for effective saving, credit score, and also the overall importance of everything. And on April 25th, USC will host a cultural fair, which is an event that aims to showcase and celebrate the diversity of cultures, traditions, and customs of a particular region or community. The purpose of the cultural fair is to promote cross-cultural understanding appreciation, and respect among students of different backgrounds. This event will be collaboration between student government associations across the district. Colleges participating are Central, Northwest, Northeast, Southeast, and Southwest. We are very excited about this event and would like to invite all of you to experience it with us. The event will be on Tuesday, April 25th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. West Loop Campus at HCC Southwest. Yes, and that concludes the USC report. Thank you so much for listening, and yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, at this time, I invite the Faculty Senate President, Mr. David White, to the podium to present the Faculty Senate report.
Dr. Maldonado, I was going to address Madam Chair, but Madam Chair, trustees, colleagues, good afternoon. But since the last time that I stood before this board, the faculty did put on our annual faculty conference, which I'm very pleased to say was a resounding success. It was our first face-to-face faculty conference since pre-COVID. And I do want to give a special shout out to the staff of the West Houston Institute for being extremely gracious hosts to us. I also want to give a shout out to the Senate Professional Development Committee for pulling this training together. Not only did we have the usual faculty-led sessions, but we also engaged in HEARF-targeted sessions. And this goes to a point that I've long made, and I'm going to make it again. Faculty-led training works. And we've done this for years. We've done this for a very long time. We really stepped it up during the pandemic with the Faculty Virtual Lounge, which I think still has not gotten the recognition that it quite deserves. But the faculty conference has been one of our long-standing traditions, faculty-led training. This should be our model going forward. But I want to give a huge thank you to all of those involved in making that conference a success. Thank you again, everyone. At this time, faculty are entering the crunch time. Just for example, this Friday, some of our departments are having department chair elections, and I'm in fact running one of our largest one that's going to involve over 60 faculty. It's going to be fun. On Monday, many of our faculty will be attending the two-day Student Success Summit at the West Houston Institute. We have finals that are upcoming, including projects, presentations, and of course the dreaded final exams. We have graduation, for which many faculty are preparing, and in the middle of all of this, we are also wrapping up our mandated HEARF training. So if anyone thinks faculty are slacking off, I assure you, we are not. And in fact, once all that is over, we are in the midst of also preparing to hold our faculty retreat, one of our newer traditions of faculty-led training and leadership. And I'll be pleased to provide more details of that at our May meeting. So, y'all heard a lot today. Senior Vice Chancellor Tynes discussed compensation for the coming year. And I want to take this moment to give my thanks and gratitude to Senior Vice Chancellor, there he is, Senior Vice Chancellor Hines, and to Vice Chancellor Anderson for being extremely forthcoming and honest in their communications with the Faculty Senate. And I also want to give it a special shout out to Chancellor Maldonado, who has always been brutally honest, even when we didn't like what he had to say, and vice versa. He was always 100% upfront. And sir, thank you. So you heard what Senior Vice Chancellor Hines had to present today. And I will say this, in March, the Senate presented its compensation goals to the faculty at large. We also presented them to members of the administration. We've had very many fruitful discussions with the senior administration on this. I will say this, the Senate's compensation goals are extremely close to what the administration has presented to you today. Overall, the Senate is very pleased with what the administration came forward with. If anyone has any questions about, well, where do you get these things? Senior Vice Chancellor Hines has done an excellent job, but I would like to as it were, blow our own trumpet, the Senate compensation study also included a tremendous amount of data. And that data has been public since March 10th. I emailed it to all faculty. It has been posted on the Senate website, hccsfacultysenate.com. But I am also very pleased to announce that I will be making sure that each trustee has a copy of this. I will email to board services a copy of the compensation study in PDF form, and that can be forwarded. Or if you're on Facebook, you may have been tagged, and you can just follow the breadcrumbs, and you can find it there. I also want to give a shout out to someone who is not with us at this time, and that is Board Chair Dr. Linton Gary, who has been extremely diligent in maintaining the lines of communication. If I were here, I would be tipping my hat to her, but regrettably, she is not with us at this time. But I do want to say that she has set a model for, we want faculty and the board to have a good relationship. And I do want to extend my gratitude for her once again. And I say this because I'm building up to a request that I bring forward, not about any great desire to cause controversy, but because the faculty have insisted that I bring this forward. I'll be as gentle as I can. We know that the board is going to be facing some critical leadership decisions in the not-so-distant future. We strongly urge that faculty play significant roles in the decision-making process. Remember, faculty are always watching. We see a good many things. We see good things, we see bad things. We do see a lot of good things. We would love to tell you about the good things we're seeing. But never forget, we may be watching what's going on around us, but faculty also have eyes on the prize. We want our students to succeed, and we want HCC to be not the college of choice, the college of choice. And as ever, you know where to find me, and I can come to you if needed. I thank the board for its time and consideration.
Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Chancellor Maldonado. Citizen desiring to to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the application for hearing 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. No citizens are signed up to speak. We will now move to the consent agenda. Please note that item number 4, acceptance of donated item by CenterPoint Energy, will be pulled from the consent agenda for separate consideration. Are there any items to be pulled from the consent agenda to set aside for discussion? Seeing as there are none, the only item that is pulled from the consent agenda is number 4 to be discussed in a minute. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
Seeing as there's a motion and a second, we're now ready to vote on the consent agenda except for the item that is pulled. Voting is now open.
I approve, Sharon.
Received, thank you. Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you, Sharon. We will now consider item number 4, acceptance of donated item by CenterPoint Energy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Seeing as it has been moved and seconded, we will now have a discussion regarding the item. I believe Chancellor Maldonado.
Your microphone on, Chancellor. Is your microphone on?
Thank you, trustees. Madam Chair, with your permission, I'll ask Deputy General Counsel Nicole Montgomery to brief the board on this item.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Chancellor, Trustees.
Good evening.
This item, donated by CenterPoint Energy, was originally planned for the May 2023 board meeting. The donor has asked us to expedite this item. It requires a donation agreement. In order to sign the donation agreement, the board needs to first approve the donation. So we have presented this item for the April board meeting, but we'd like for you to amend the item to say that it is contingent upon a executed donation agreement. And Dr. Edwards can speak more to the actual item. It is a bucket truck from CenterPoint Energy to benefit our line worker program.
Wow.
It's really a great project for us.
Absolutely.
And we are delighted.
Absolutely.
Okay. That line worker program is coming along. If you drive, if you approach Northeast Campus from Oates Street, you'll see we've got some nice fencing around that area, and it's beginning to look like a pole farm, which is essential for instruction of highline workers.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Are there any questions for any of these two individuals? Trustee Wilson?
What's the bucket height of that bucket?
It should be approximately, when it's expanded, the bucket height should be over 12.
No, the height of the bucket that reaches in the air? What?
Yes, sir. I'm thinking about, I'm sorry, Chancellor, I defer to Chancellor for a second.
Unless you have the specs on it, Mike, I wouldn't speculate what it is.
Okay, I won't speculate.
We can get
sir.
we'll get the specifications and distribute them to the board.
Yeah, fully expanded. I haven't laid hands on it yet, so I'm hesitant about that, but
And
we'll
you're going
get
to
that
use
to you.
it for what? Maintenance on light poles or?
It's instructional component of the TEACS curriculum is not only the extension and the maintenance of light bulbs and the power and that kind of thing, but also to ascertain if our students can actually deal with the heights that we're going to expose them to.
The short answer is yes, sir. Trustee, it's to train linemen.
Yeah,
Electrical line.
that is, from what I understand, there's a real need for electrical training for linemen. I think that's a great idea there. The only other question I've got now is there's another item, I believe, on electrical this is CenterPoint, not Reliant, excuse me. That's it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Trustee Wilson. Any other questions? Okay, so if I understand this correctly, we need a motion to approve the item contingent on the execution of an agreement with
Yeah,
CenterPoint.
you already have a motion and a second. What you need is an amendment.
I'm sorry.
To amend the item contingent, not contingent, subject to execution of the agreement, which means that it will be accepted once the agreement is final and executed.
Correct.
So do we have any amendments?
No, I think the language, right?
Well,
we have to say it.
We have to make the amendment.
Madam Chair, I'd like to accept this as amended to the.
You move to amend, and then we'll vote on the amendment.
Okay, so I'd like to move that we amend this item to accept the necessary adjustments or modifications so that we can move forward with this item.
So for purposes of the minutes, the amendment will be to accept the donation subject to the execution of the agreement.
Thank you, Trustee Flowers. Any, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Laredo. I'll give Sharon a minute to.
Yes.
Okay, and any questions? Trustee Wilson?
Yeah, I was confused originally about CenterPoint. They're the provider for, they do the maintenance on the poles, and Reliant is the retail provider for electricity. But they're also the gas provider. And there's a contract for CenterPoint Gas, and I'm wondering if that's a conflict, if I could ask legal.
And so not having reviewed the draft of those contracts, I'll have to defer to general counsel. Based on the face of the items, I did not see a conflict when I reviewed the agenda. But If you all have further information, I'll defer to you.
That item was not reviewed for conflicts. We're happy to do that, but it was not reviewed for conflicts.
So if it requires further review, then we can do this when we get to the next item, but perhaps pull item D and approve that at the next meeting if that doesn't present a time concern.
Chancellor.
Item D under
Yes, that's the one I'm talking about, the action item that's on the agenda later.
I think there's a timing, I don't recommend pulling that there might be a timing issue. Marshall?
Not a terrible timing issue, but they're the sole source provider. There's no other option for
Exactly, I
gas.
don't see how that can be a conflict.
That was my thought.
Legal counsel, what do you
That
recommend?
was my thought when I reviewed the agenda, but as I said, I haven't seen
provider.
either of the contracts because they're still in the process of being negotiated.
Right, and it's actually still with procurement, so it actually hadn't come to legal yet, so it hasn't been reviewed from that perspective.
So Nicole, do you recommend pulling it?
You can add another stipulation, dependent, if we want it to add, also contingent upon, no.
I would recommend we go forward with the donation item, and we just will not execute, because it still has to go to the chancellor for execution. So we would not execute the donation agreement if we determine there to be a conflict of interest.
Okay. So does that satisfy your question, Trustee Wilson?
We can
lawyers tell me satisfies me.
we can clarify this amendment or add some additional language to the amendment that says subject to a review for conflicts and execution of the final agreement.
Exactly.
If that's agreeable to the maker of the motion.
That's it.
So
We need Trustee Flowers to agree.
I am okay with that amendment.
Okay, and the second was that Trustee Temez?
No, Loretta.
Okay.
Loretta.
So we'll amend the donation item so that that's confirmed.
Okay, so does Sharon have the language she needs?
Yes, I just denoted the item that you're voting on is to accept the donated item by Centerpoint as amended.
Okay.
And I have the motions, the amendments in the minutes.
The amendment is in the minutes. So first we'll need to vote on that amendment, and then we would vote on the item as amended.
Okay.
So yes, give me a second to put the amendment in.
Got it. So are we going to be able to take a ride up in this bucket? See the city?
So I have the amendment is to amend it to accept donated item, subject to review of conflict and execution of agreement.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. We will now have a vote on the amendment to the item.
I approve, Sharon.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you, Sharon. Can we now have a vote, please, on the item, item 4? As amended.
I'm sorry. Are we voting on the electric provider, or are we still voting on the?
No, the
cell phone?
electric provider's later.
Yes.
Okay, so I work for Reliant Energy, so I need to recuse myself. I wanted to go on record saying that.
Okay. But that's not this item, Charlene. This item is accepting the bucket lifter thing.
Okay, that's the book. Okay, I'll wait.
Okay.
I thought we already were paid.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. We're now ready to vote on the item. Charlene, you can vote if you'd like.
I approve.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Thank you, trustees. Thank you, Chancellor.
Madam Chair, I'd like to thank the donors, AWS, Machine Learning University, Kelsey Siebel, Qualcomm, Centerpoint Energy for their donations.
Thank you, Trustee Temez. We will now move to Oh, yeah, that was in the script. We will now move to approve, move to the topics for discussion. Is there a motion to approve item A, commercial printing, mailing, and delivery services?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As trustees have in their package the consideration of this item, commercial printing, mailing, and delivery services, RFP 23-29. We recommend authorizing me to execute a contract with Absolute Color Mailplex to provide commercial printing, mailing, and delivery services for the Communications Department, Workforce Instruction, and other Houston Community College departments in accordance with that RFP. The funding source is Communications and Workforce Instruction operational budgets. Cost of the services under the resulting contract is anticipated not to exceed $500,000 annually. And in your packets, you see the rankings for the different proposers.
Thank you, Chancellor. Any questions from any of my colleagues? Okay. Seeing none, we will now vote on item A, commercial printing, mailing, and delivery services. Voting is now open.
Trustee Johnson?
You're on mute, Trustee Johnson.
I approve.
Received. The motion passed with a vote of 7 in favor and 1 opposing.
Is there a motion to approve item B, Austin Street drainage? And are you required to post, I don't know if you're required to post it, the vote?
Yes, yes, I did.
It did, it was all
I'm not
blank.
required, but
Oh, okay, I'll just move on.
So moved.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes,
I'd like to display that vote. I didn't see it. I'd like for the public to know how we voted.
okay. Thank you, Sharon. So there's a motion. Is there a second to approve item B? Trustee Flowers, thank you. It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project is for the corrective work on drainage and pavement related to the area around the Heinen Theater, which was built in 1921. The scope is grading of swales, the installation of inlets, manholes, storm pipe, French drains, and inlet baskets in the area. As noted in the contract documents, the recommendations, you authorize me to execute a contract with Skilled Construction Subs Unlimited LLC, the lowest responsible bidder, meeting specifications to provide Austin Street drainage and paving repairs at Central College in accordance with IFB 23-27. The total dollar amount as listed in your packets is $185,000. That includes a $20,000 contingency with a project duration of 90 days. And the funding source for this is the deferred maintenance budget.
Thank you, Chancellor. Are there any questions from any of my colleagues? Trustee Wilson.
What's the issue there? That street's flooding and they need more inlets?
There's drainage around the building. It floods during rains due to improper drainage. The lack of drainage and continual flooding will cause asphalt to deteriorate, as we're beginning to experience in that area.
Because of lack of inlets, or is the slope bad, or
I don't know. We're fixing the drainage. Marshall, can you address the details of the?
Don't have probably enough details to cover all your questions, but it's basically the drains are not performing as designed. They're very old. The Heinen building, I think, was built in the late 20s, and it's now causing it to hold water, which destroys the asphalt topping, and then also creates water areas for our students to walk through.
And there's been other construction work in that general area that have impacted the drainage patterns, and we're getting ponding on the asphalt. I don't know. I think I mean, I didn't look at the engineering analysis on it, whether it's all a swale issue or a lack of drainage inlets. But I think there's a combination there. We could get copies of the design specs and put those in a brief for the trustees.
That'll be fine. There's only 2 bidders?
There were 2 bidders, yes, sir.
Any other questions?
I just want to clarify, the drainage needs to be repaired, but the drainage is not necessarily as old as 1921.
That's correct, but we have engineer design it, and the drawings are there, so they're following build toward the specs and the design.
Okay.
Any other questions? If not, we're prepared to vote on, we'll now vote on item B, Austin Street drainage and paving repairs at Central College. Voting is now open.
I approve.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you, Sharon. Is there a motion to approve item C, drainage and paving repairs at Acres Home Campus?
So moved. Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, this scope of this project includes the removal of the asphalt area. This is at the Acres Homes project. As the board knows, there's a large paved parking area between the street and our building. It is not in use for parking. It is not level. There is no drainage pattern that we can associate to that. So it's removing, the scope is removing the asphalt, installing of a new storm sewer system connected to the existing storm sewer system, replacing the asphalt with a monolithic curb per the plans and specifications that are noted in IFB 23-28. The storm sewer system also includes reinforced concrete pipe, inlets, and manholes per those same plans and specifications. The recommendation is to authorize me to execute a contract with ERC Environmental and Construction Services, the lowest responsible bidder, meeting specifications to provide drainage and paving repairs the Acres Homes campus in accordance with IFB 23-28. The total cost is not to exceed $107,231.50. The funding is the FY23 deferred maintenance budget.
Thank you, Chancellor.
If there's any questions around details of the project, I would ask Vice Chancellor Hines to address those.
Any questions from any fellow trustees? Trustee Glazer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. I was going to put some questions in before, but actually your description kind of invited another question for. When we built this facility, it was my understanding HCC had the property that the facility is currently on, but the property in front of the facility was not HCC property. Is property now HCC property? It sounds like you're, and I mean interrupt, but it sounds like the description you read now, it sounds like we're going to be working on that property, which I, for some reason, thought we did not own.
What's the question, sir?
Question is, are we working on property that we own?
Yes.
Okay, because it was my understanding the property in front of the facility towards the street was not owned by HCC at the time we purchased and built the facility that's currently there 5 years ago.
I believe that property was acquired as part of the total package that was the total land to build that. Is that correct, Marshall? Yes. Since I've been here,
right,
since May of 2014, we've owned that property.
Okay, so when we designed and built that building, then we purposely put it in the back and left the front. I thought the reason when we built the building, we put it in the back because we didn't own the front. Apparently, I was in error. So we do own the property in the front, all the way to the street.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we will now vote on item C, draining and paving repairs at Acres Home Campus. Voting is now open.
Approve.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you, Sharon. Is there a motion to approve item D, natural gas service provider?
So moved.
It has been moved and seconded. I believe Trustee Johnson wanted to say something about this.
Going to recuse yourself.
Oh, is it the next one?
But, it's the next one.
Oh, it's the next one?
It works with Reliant.
Okay, okay. Oh, electroservice, got it. Okay, Dr. Maldonado, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, the way we buy our utilities is based on a rolling market with changing prices, and to explain that process and why we're requesting this authorization, with your permission, Madam Chair, I'll turn the floor over to Marshall Lyons.
Thank you, Chancellor. This gas contract expires October 31st of 2023. I believe it was a 5-year contract. And again, CenterPoint's your only option for natural gas in the city of Houston, as in terms of provider. We have a consultant that works with us. We are actually in a pretty good place in terms of where the commodity price is. That's the real cost. And the natural gas, there's no other additive real fees. So just get the cost of natural gas. And we haven't seen pricing that we have today since pre-COVID. So we're in a good spot, and it's time to go out, and you don't want to be in the middle of a hurricane season or a freeze when you buy your gas. So this is an opportunity. You have really kind of those two shoulders to buy into.
Thank you, Marshall. Thank you, Councilor.
Trustees, we spend approximately $375,000 a year on natural gas system-wide. We anticipate the cost for natural gas will increase due to the types of disruptions that Marshall just mentioned, and with some impact due to the natural gas exports. So we're asking for you to authorize me to execute a contract award to purchase system-wide natural gas with the firm, which would be, in this case, CenterPoint. Demonstrates the best value and best final offer. Go through that process for a total term of up to 5 years. That will depend on the negotiations of the best value for HCC.
Thank you, Chancellor. Any questions? Trustee Glazer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in reading this description here, I'm led to believe that there's multiple sources of suppliers. Otherwise, why would we get a consultant, and why would we have to worry about different pricing? I mean, I understand in electric markets you shop, but how are we shopping here? Maybe you can just explain it to me. It's a little above my head, apparently.
Marshall.
So this is also very similar to when we talk about electricity. It's not just the cost of the gas commodity. It's the term that you get and the pricing you get for that term. But you also have what we call bandwidth. So, for example, if HCC acquired or added a number of facilities, you can do that within a certain bandwidth without seeing an increase. Or if we abandon or close several facilities and we want to delete that utilization, we don't have to buy that commodity. So there's not just the commodity purchase itself, it's negotiating the contract that gives us the ability to flex up or down, where we don't get stuck paying for something we don't receive, or we go to them and say we need more gas, and then they upcharge us on that. So it's not just the commodity, it's the contract as well.
Asked about different suppliers.
I would agree, but the bottom line is, what's the negotiating point when you're only dealing with a sole supplier?
What the negotiating part, as I said, is mostly about the contract and the term.
So what you're telling me is CenterPoint is a sole supplier of the gas and the means to deliver it to you. There's still room for negotiating what the cost is going to be?
We have our consultant here. If you'd like to have him up, he can answer all those questions directly.
That'd be great, because I don't understand. When there's one supplier, it's usually what they tell you, and I think they're state regulated, and the price is what it is.
They absolutely vary.
Oh, are you able to shop your natural gas?
Oh, absolutely vary. I feel comfortable that
Where
we
do
have
you shop
someone
it with?
looking out
Who
for
do
us.
you deal with? That's my concern. I
my
know people
God.
that use large amounts of gas, and they pretty much go with the CenterPoint bill. So perhaps you could explain to me. I appreciate it.
This is Bob Wooten with Tradition Energy. He's our consultant. He worked with us last year as well during our contract. So, Bob, if you'd address the question, please.
Thanks very much, Marshall. And thanks, Chancellor, trustees. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with everybody, and really have enjoyed the opportunity to work with the college the last few years, as Marshall had said, on both electricity and natural gas. It is a little confusing in terms of how everything is structured, but to answer your question directly, there are multiple providers of natural gas. CenterPoint is the utility that delivers the natural gas through the internal distribution system here in the city, takes it from what's called the city gate to the burner tip, which is the meter at each location. And there is a classification for natural gas meters that use more than 10 decatherms a day called transport. And if you qualify for transport, that means that you can competitively procure that natural gas. Now, out of all the meters that HCC has, 15 are large enough to qualify for transport, and that's what's actually contracted. And one of the things that has added to the confusion over the years, and this ties back into the item that you all discussed a little bit earlier about the donation. CenterPoint, there's two different legal entities. There's CenterPoint, the utility, and up until a few years ago, there was what was called CenterPoint Energy Services, which was the retail supplier of natural gas that competed directly with other retail suppliers. Kind of addressing some of the confusion, several years ago, they changed that name to Symmetry. So the actual natural gas contract with HCC is with a legal entity called Symmetry, which is a separate legal entity from CenterPoint, the utility.
That answers the question. You were the first one to say up here that there's multiple suppliers of the commodity. So makes perfect sense. I appreciate your explanation. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any additional questions?
Any other questions?
Yeah, who are a couple other suppliers? You know, like Reliant,
Yes, sir.
and then there's NRG, and there's other,
On the-
Frontier, and there's a place out of Dallas.
Well, so some of the ones that we've seen that have competed in the past, there's Symmetry, which is the old CenterPoint that I mentioned. Some others, Luminant, which used to be associated with Atmos Gas further up north, Gas South, Pro Energy, a company called Kokonos. Constellation is a name that people may recognize. They supply electricity and natural gas. Those are some examples of some of the types of natural gas suppliers that would compete.
Did natural gas get deregulated when they deregulated electricity 20 years ago?
It's been a moving target. Technically, it was deregulated even before that, going back into the 90s. The issue has been who CenterPoint, the utility, allows to competitively procure natural gas. And they started firming up those requirements years ago, where their requirement now is that if it's a natural gas meter that uses more than 10 decatherms a day, that can qualify for the transport rate, which means it can then go through a competitive process, whereas the types of natural gas meters we have at our homes don't use that much gas, and therefore we're just stuck with Symmetry.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Trustee, okay, the Chancellor.
Yes, sir.
And you said, so we spend $375 a year on natural gas in total, but you're saying we have just a percentage of facilities that use the threshold that allow us to go shop.
Correct.
Can you give us an idea? Is this 10%, 50%, 90% of our?
In terms of spend, I believe it's close to about 25, 30%.
Okay. Thank you.
Did Trustee Vanderbilt Stallworth have a question?
So is this a 5-year contract? I'm not understanding the wording of the contract. If it expires October 31st, how long was that contract?
I'm sorry, you mean the current contract in place right now?
How long was it? Yes.
I believe that was 5 years.
Okay, now, are these negotiations made every year, or every quarter, or do you negotiate periodically, or do you negotiate once for 5 years? How does that work?
All the above. When you go through the procurement process, the purchasing department will look at a variety of terms. So they will look at, say, a 12-month contract, a 24, 36. In the natural gas market, many suppliers will even go out beyond 5 years. And so all that's evaluated with all the various suppliers, all the offers they make, and then it comes down to an evaluation of what is the most advantageous in terms of what's happening out there in the market. And what we're seeing most governmental entities do, for instance, we work with Fort Bend County, Harris County, on their natural gas contracts, and the majority of them have contracted out towards 2027. It is the norm that we're seeing right now.
And so the maximum is 5 years. This says up to 5 years. Is there a minimum?
No, there is no minimum. The functionally about the shortest contract we'll see a supplier do will be maybe 6 months.
And have we done 6-month contracts in the last 5 years?
I don't believe so. I'm not aware of any, at least.
So what was the length of the contract on the average? Did we do it annually? Did we do it every 2 years? What?
This, as Bob said, it's a 5-year contract that's expiring, and we're recommending up to another 5-year contract. If we get something that's a better price for what they call a strip, a shorter strip of purchase power, we may only do 3 years. Or if gas went up really high next week, we may not decide it's a good time. We'll just wait out till the summer's over.
So we're not locked into a 5-year contract, or are we locked into a 5-year contract?
Whatever you sign and agree to, that's what you lock into. 1 year, 6 months, 5 years.
And that does not come back to the board. Once we do this, whatever happens, happens.
That's
Is that
correct. And I'll go ahead and address this now, is that this will be the same with electricity. The commodity markets trade so fast, you literally have a couple of hours to strike a price for this time, this amount of time, this amount of energy or electricity, have the bandwidth that you need, and you have to execute that same day. There's no time period. And we went through this in detail with the board 5 years ago, so that we were able to get some really good costs. And we've made some good savings in the last 5 years that we've had in electricity.
So the energy consultant stays for 5 years? Are you part of this 5-year agreement?
No, my contractual relationship is separate from that.
And what does that mean exactly? Do we call you when we need you, or do we hold you accountable, or do we hold your feet to the fire? Or what?
We are here to deal with everything from billing issues to establishing new meters, deleting meters and properties that are being sold, and the most, I would say, important issue from a cost standpoint is what we're speaking about right now, which is trying to find the most favorable times in the market and recommend what appear to be the most favorable terms and product contract structures for the college.
So when this happens, you call us, or do we call you?
Typically, I'm reaching out to the staff here in terms of what's happening in the market. And any questions, issues that arise regarding the contracts, those are things that typically the college will then reach out to me and say, hey, there's a question we have about this particular bill or this particular issue, or we're acquiring a new property and we need to figure out how best to then incorporate that into the existing contract. Those would be some examples of the types of issues that we would deal with.
So you're paid on call?
No, actually, so far, we were initially engaged almost 3 years ago, and have not earned anything since that time. We're paid actually through the contract itself. Our contract is through the U.S. Communities, which is now called Omni, a cooperative purchasing program, and that has a preset fee structure in place, and we're paid on a fixed fee, which is part of the commodity itself.
Okay, that's very helpful. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, can we call for the question?
The Chancellor.
Chancellor, your microphone, Chancellor. Chancellor, your microphone.
There's been some discussion in regards to single source. This is not a single source. We're asking for authorization to buy the best value for the institution on the market, whoever that supplier that's able to supply the gas. So we're not, it might be delivered through one entity that sends the bill that meters it, but we would be purchasing, our contract could be with another entity.
That's correct, Chancellor.
Okay. So I just want to make sure we're asking for the right thing.
Trustee Laredo, did you have a question? Okay, any other questions? If not,
Thanks for the explanation. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Thank you, Trustee.
Thank yous. We will now vote on item D, natural gas service provider. Voting is now open. Board members, please cast your vote.
I approve.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 5 in favor, 2 opposing, 1 abstaining.
Is there a motion to approve item E, electric service provider?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item, trustees, relates to a similar process of what we talked about earlier. This is for electricity. We spend approximately $7 million a year on electricity system-wide. We anticipate costs going up for electricity in the near future due to globalization and other economic factors. We're asking you to authorize me to execute a contract to award a purchase system-wide electric power with the firm that demonstrates the best value following a best and final offer process for a total term of up to 5 years, depending on negotiations on the best value commodity terms for the college.
Thank you, Chancellor. Trustee Johnson, I want to give you the opportunity to put on the record what you wanted to put on the record. Item E, the
Yes.
the
Yes, I
recusal
wanna
or
recuse.
the abstention? The
Yeah, I
recusal.
want to recuse myself
Okay,
from the vote. Thank you.
thank you. Any questions from any of my fellow trustees?
I do. This says competitive pricing is being sought in this current market with the increasing global use of liquefied natural gas on an electric service provider. It looks like the same document from D with certain things not changed. Did I miss something? So are we talking about LNG?
What? I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Bullet point 2 is the same bullet point 2 in D. 2 in D is natural gas service provider. Item E is electric service provider. Are they both relying on LNG?
Marshall?
I would just point out that, electricity is generated by, environmentally friendly, which is wind and solar. Then you have a lot of it by coal, but quite a bit in this part of the country is natural gas. So natural gas is a big correlation to the price of electricity.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Any other questions, Trustee Glazer?
Quick question, I hope. Is the format basically for soliciting this contract similar to the last entity? Have a consultant, they shop the price and the length of time and give you advice on what to do, and then you go with it?
Yes, sir. It'd be basically the same process. This one is a little more important on the bandwidth, in terms
Right.
of what to use up or down. And the other option is on this is that you have a lot more providers. It's much more competitive. Only a portion of our meters are applied for gas. So same process, the same thing we did, like I said, 4.5 years ago for this current 5-year contract.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Trustee Wilson?
Who's our consultant on this contract?
Also Bob, that was just here, Bob, Tradition Energy.
Yeah, okay.
Any other questions? If not, we will now vote on item E, electric service provider. Voting is now open.
I abstain.
We've noted you as recused from the voting.
Okay, thank you. Just confirming.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 5 in favor, 2 opposing, 1 recused.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve item F, authorize budget increase for culinary lab project?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Trustees. This is a request, authorization for me to, for an additional, request to approve the addition of $550,000 to the restructured CIP 2013 2.0 project, otherwise referred to as Culinary Arts and Pastry Lab Shell Build-Out. That's in the 2013 CIP remainder. I will, with your permission, turn the floor over to Marshall Hines to step us through the reason for this request. It's in the, I'd like for him to summarize it. There is a presentation attached to it.
Sure, I'll do it. So basically, this was a project, as Chancellor said, that dates back to 2013. We brought this to the board pre-COVID and obtained a contract price on it. And then it did not pass, and we did not go forward. Then COVID happened, and so now we're back out in the market. We have gotten the pricing approved for the new contractor. The current total project cost now is $3.1 million. Prior to this, back in August of 2019, in the package on the PowerPoint, we had $2.55 million. So you see all that escalation, and the $550 we're asking for relates to a little bit of extended project management fees, but most of it's going to the increase of cost of all this furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and particularly in a very energy and equipment-laden project such as a pastry kitchen.
Thank you, Marshall.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from any of my fellow trustees? If not, we will now vote on item F, authorized budget increase for culinary lab project. Voting is now open.
Approve.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6 in favor, 1 opposing.
Thank you, Sharon. Is there a motion to approve item G, Acres Home? Is there a motion to approve item G, Acres Home visioning, content, and potential future projects?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is requesting the board authorize me to use $350,000 of the 2013 CIP remaining funds for the schematic programmatic design of the Acres Home Gateway Enhancement and Reimagined Interior Project. And with your permission, I'll ask Marshall Hines to step us through a summary of the project and what that money is for.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Thank you, Chancellor. Chair. This is a project that has been talked about for a long time. This is the money to use the architect and engineer to design and work with Mike Edwards and his team and other people across the system to work on what's going to go and re-envisioning the Acres Home campus. And this will get us to the point where we have something to bring back to the board. We have some various renderings that are in the report that talk about the exterior and the interior, but the real work still to be done is what we're going to do on the inside. So thank you.
Thank you, Marshall. Any questions from any of my fellow trustees? Trustee Vanderbilt Stallworth.
This is, if this is the building that we walked through where it had a lot of issues, low ceilings and I'm not sure which building we're in.
That building was at North Forest. That was the workforce building. It was the old North Forest Middle School.
Right.
And that's been repaired, and we've put in a ceiling, I believe, and that's finished. This is the Acres Homes, which is a building that we talked about earlier. It's set way back off the street from Little York.
Okay, I think I remember. This is good to see the upgrades because I think it's important for that community so that they can begin to come in. I noticed the pylon signage is completed.
Yes.
Are the other pylon signages completed for the other campuses?
I believe we have 4 completely finished and operational and in use, and then we've got others that are in various stages. I could go on about the contractor we're dealing with, but I won't. We're working through that, and we'll get them up as soon as we can.
I guess I need to make a note that at the South Campus, the current signage is damaged and has been for almost 60 days.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
My
Trustee
comment
Loretta.
was that, yeah, same thing along the line that, we have other signs that haven't been completed, and so there's already one here, and so you're saying that you're gonna have a gateway enhancement. And, I'm just wondering, that money that's gonna be used for the gateway, is that something that we couldn't use to enhance the building inside, or whatever it needs, so that we can get students in there?
Mike can comment if he chooses to, but again, the interior is the big focus of what's going to go inside and the programs we're going to offer at Acres Homes. And then also, as Trustee Glazer mentioned, for whatever reason, the building was built at the very back of the property, and we have a 50-year-old parking lot that's in very poor repair in front of our property, in front of the building. And so the only thing you can really see as you drive by is the new pylon sign. You really don't, you drive right by the current location. So this would include some gating and the signage, but the bulk of the money, this is for the interior and the exterior together, and the bulk of the money is to make the campus usable.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, regarding that parking lot, is that our parking lot?
Yes, ma'am.
That's in disrepair?
I'm sorry.
That's in disrepair, that's in front of the building, that's our parking lot?
Again, for whatever reason, that's how it was designed, and that was what was left of it. I believe it was an old flea market many years ago. And we also own property going on the west side as well, and you'll see some of that in the renderings, where we have a detention pond in the rendering in the PowerPoint. So we have the ability to be visible, but they put it at the back, and I don't know there's no reasons why they would put it in the back that I can find.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we will now vote on item G, Acres Home Visioning, current and potential future projects. Voting is now open.
I approve.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6-1.
Thank you, Sharon. Is there a motion to approve item H, West Loop Student Services Redesign Project?
So moved.
It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a request to authorize me to use $125,000 of the remaining 2013 CIP funds for the schematic programmatic design of West Loop Student Services redesign project for use with the HERF MSI funding application. This project was previously designed and in a way similar to the prior projects. There's been a length of time that's passed that has allowed us to redefine what we really need done with this project in order to achieve the original goals. This is, again, for design to develop the necessary documents to go out to bid for this project construction using HERF MSI funds. And if trustees have any additional questions, I would offer Mr. Hines to answer with the details.
Any questions? Trustee Vanderbilt Stallworth.
This first bullet point says it serves 80,000 students. Currently, how many students do we have? Shouldn't that be modified?
Hello, want to answer that? Or?
Over 3,000?
Okay, so it should not be serving 60 to 80,000 students annually for enrollment.
Oh, I'm sorry. That number is annually. I was just talking about this semester.
Okay, but annually 80,000 students, and we have 32,000 scattered across 640 square miles.
Number what?
I could see, I could see 3,000 to 5,000 students a semester coming through.
So the
That
number
makes sense.
reflects the number of visits to the Student Services Center.
Not number of
8,000
students.
visits.
Yes. No, 80,000 visits. Students may attend the student services for advising, for tutoring, for support. 80,000 visits. So when students come into the student services area, they sign in on what a system called Who's Next. That's the flow of traffic that comes in towards student services area.
Okay, they say that.
Yes,
That would be better.
yeah.
Because that was misleading. I mean, it led me to believe you have 80,000 students. I mean, it does. And I know that West Loop is busy.
Yeah, and it also serves, there are many students that come to that location that may be attending other campuses, and it's just a popular place to receive those services.
And you still have a early college high school in the building?
We sure do, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, trustee. Any other questions?
Madam Chair,
Trustee Flowers?
education, just help me understand. I see here this plan for the West Campus, and it's a beautiful schematic, programmatic design on the inside. We just got done voting on Acres Home, and all I can see is beautiful designs on the outside. And we're talking about GED and all this and creating opportunities and reimagining. But there was nothing reimagined for the inside that you shared in your presentation. But this is a beautiful presentation for the West Campus on what's been reimagined for the inside. Nothing on the exterior. So I'm just, when we talk about the discrepancy from campus to campus, just help me understand why I don't see anything that's been reimagined on the inside of the Acres Home campus.
On Acres Homes, again, if President Edwards would like to speak up on that, but it's one issue. The difference, part of it is that this project at West Loop has been in process since before I arrived, and it's very heavily traveled, as you heard, and it's a stopping place for students that attend many colleges around the system, and there's absolutely no intent of trying to create a difference in the design. In fact, we're waiting on the data to what's going to go into Acres Homes before we know what to build on the inside or how we want to redesign it. It's hard to work without having all that finalized. And we know exactly, Madeline and her team have been working on this for several years, and they could tell us in a heartbeat with the architects what they wanted. And so since there's changing going on out at Acres Homes, and Mike, again, you may want to address that, but we're just not that far along in the latest design scheme.
Well, I think, please, Mike, you have something to add? Yeah.
Sure. We have some preliminary visioning that's with our digital information technology team, that group from Southwest, as well as working with Mr. Cooper and our dedicated people already on the ground at Acres Home to figure out a better system. We know that entering the property, there's really no clear identification of where the lobby is or which is the main entrance. In addition, the capacity building. We know that at its current state, its capacity is about 375 individuals. We want to leverage that, whether it's movable walls and partitions, but establish we want to elevate the student experience there. So what you voted on today will help us get there in terms of coming back to you with some more homework on what the design should be based on looking at student traffic, the courses that are making there. We have experienced a good, healthy upward trend in enrollment this semester of additional 150 plus students. Still below capacity, but we're gaining. We're gaining. So we also want to talk to them. We want to talk to the faculty over there. So we'll have some solid visions for you and working with our people and come back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Edwards?
Thank you, Dr. Edwards, for putting us on the right track.
Appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
And disappointed, but thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we're not going to vote on, now going to vote on item H, West Loop Student Services Redesign Project. Voting is now open.
I approve.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-1.
Is there a motion to approve item I, Personnel Agenda, Faculty?
So moved.
It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, in your packets are 6 faculty members that we're seeking approval for a contract on. 5 of those were adjunct or part-time instructors for HCC, and they're being moved to full-time. You can see the different departments. There's one faculty member that works in the library, full-time librarian, that came from an outside organization. And you see before you then our request to approve the 6 full-time faculty members.
Thank you, Chancellor. Any questions from any of my fellow trustees? If not, we will now vote on item I, Personnel Agenda, Faculty. Voting is now open.
I approve.
Received. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you, Sharon. So we have come, items J, K, and L have been pulled from the agenda, and we'll be revisiting them in a future meeting. And this meeting is hereby adjourned at
6:59 p.m.
Go Astros. Right, Eva?
Just a design.
I want to say congratulations to our honorary recipients. We didn't acknowledge them, but thank you, thank you.